Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session of the second day, Maritime Digital Transformation Innovation. Our keynote speaker, Peter Hanston, presenting Maritime Digital Transformation Innovation.
Assalamu alaikum, sabah al-khair jami'an, good morning to all. Welcome again to SMIC second day. Today we will start this lovely panel with Mr. Peter, which I will leave him to do his keynote speech, and then we'll proceed to our speakers. Thank you for coming and enjoy the day. Thank you, Mr. Peter.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me, on behalf of Wärtsilä, addressing the topic of marine digitalization and transformation and innovation, linking to the main theme of a greener maritime future, sustainable solutions towards net zero, and we see decarbonization as a major driver for marine digital transformation and innovation. Shipping is currently facing quite a lot of complexity, with, for example, the higher ambition coming out of CII legislation as a result of recent MEPC 80, with increased ambition on reducing GHG emissions from ships. New level of ambition and indicative checkpoints shall consider well-to-wake emissions of the maritime fuels, with the overall objective of reducing emissions of international shipping without shift to other sectors. With this level of ambition, it also has increased focus on carbon intensity of new ships to decline through energy efficient improvements, carbon intensity of international shipping to decline, uptake of net zero, GHG emission technologies, fuels, and other energy sources, and GHG emission from international shipping to reach net zero close to 2050. With the two indicative checkpoints to reduce the GHG emission, annual GHG emission from international shipping by 20% in 2030, and at least 70 by 2040. And here we see maritime decarbonization as the main driver for maritime digital transformation and innovation. Wärtsilä's prediction using machine learning of the global fleet status shows that close to 50% of the vessels will be in D or C rating, according to the CII, already this year. So in reality, the industry needs to explore all technical and operational options to jointly work towards and reach net zero. The entire value network, owners, charters, fuel suppliers, government supports, financiers, need to collaborate to ensure sufficient funding for correct projects. And here we see that two important factors are fuel availability and digitalization. And digitalization is a transition enabler for more energy efficient ships, optimizing GHG from ships in operations, and fleet utilization and GSG performance. DNV, the Norske Veritas, predicted in the 2022 Maritime Forecast to 2050 that en route to decarbonization targets employing the full power of digital tools for more energy efficient vessels can deliver up to 15% of GSG emission saving required by 2050. However, this reflects the ambition and the status 1 year ago, whilst DNV is, to my understanding, publishing a new forecast to 2050 later in the month. We had also in one of the panel discussions yesterday discussion about simulations, and here we see from Wärtsilä the digital modeling, which is a Wärtsilä innovative decarbonization approach, is one of the key features. We understand that decarbonization in the maritime industry is complex. Any owner has multiple options for existing vessels in the fleet. Switch to low carbon fuels, engine conversions, implementing electric solutions such as hybrid, shore power, or shaft generators, retrofitting energy saving technologies, operate vessels in an optimal way, reduce speeds, etc. For this one, we have implemented digital modeling for existing vessels. And you can ask why. Well, we see that we need upfront to give evidence on the impact of different decarbonization pathways so that the customers can make decisions and through technology simulations based on real specific data from vessels. And this then, having the extended skills and also interaction of technologies has a key role. But of course, we can provide the solutions and support during the implementations and the integration of the technologies. So how is this digital modeling performed? Well, the issue lies in selecting and employing the right solutions for the vessels and technologies efficiently, economically, and at the right time. With digital modeling, we assist the customers on their decarbonization path through 3 simple steps. Analyzing the current vessels and the fleets, utilizing also the operational data, weather data, or all what is needed. We actually build a digital model to see the as-is status and then simulate different technologies. And based on that one, the customer, the ship owner can make the correct decisions then on what to integrate and what are the correct solutions at the correct time. Because ultimately, it's about securing that the investments, the upgrades are made in a prudent way, they are de-risked, and are correctly timed to avoid that we have stranded assets, vessels that through the legislation could not be performing. However, with digital modeling, we also see that the importance of high-quality data. With several customers, we have identified the lack of high-quality operational data is an issue. And this has become actually a clarion call for several owners. So owners realizing also that they need better data collection from the vessels to be able to react on reporting needs, decision making. And for this one, of course, it's a part of the CII legislation also. And we can provide also solutions for this one in terms of fleet operation systems, solutions. So what is the outcome of this digital modeling? Actually, it's a pathway for the owner to trail on the sea, to keep the vessels operating and securing a proper business case for the vessels. So it's a fact-based process and giving clear upfront visibility on what to do. The modeling is also used not only for CII, but we see it's also, for example, in EU now, with the new legislations of Fuel EU and Maritime and EU ETS, where prediction is that the impact on the business already by 2026 might be 10 billion euro and increasing on annual basis through the most stringent requirements. So this is also a strong driver for having a fact-based decision process and to decarbonize the industry. As earlier expressed, owners and operators have several options for digitalization and decarbonization. And one is the electrical solutions, such as shore power or shaft generators and hybridization. Rawabi hybridization is a success story that supports Saudi Arabia's vision for greener shipping. In this case, Wärtsilä provided a hybrid retrofit combining conventional engine gensets and batteries on two Rawabi vessels. And the results are clear. Fuel savings, lower emissions, optimal engine operation, and reduced operation cost. Another innovative solution that might be of local interest is VOC wok recovery. This year at North Shipping, ABS and Waholm Wok Recovery signed a letter of intent for developing a recovery vessel to capture emissions related during loading of crude oil cargoes. The vessel will operate in DP mode. It can be a new build or a retrofit on a large PSV. And the concept has been developed by Wärtsilä Gas Solutions together with Ulstein Ship Designs. Hundreds of tons of VOC and hence CO2 equivalents are emitted during every load of crude oil carriers. The vessel will be open in DP mode and capturing the process in the wok generated on the tanker through a hose. And the output of this process is actually to monetize, take it back, utilizing the hydrocarbons as in a stream of relevant hydrocarbons such as crude oil, feedstock for power plants or refineries, etc., or even as for electric power produced on the vessel. And work is also done to make liquefied VOC as an alternative green fuel for ships running on LPG. However, it's decarbonization, digital modeling, innovation, etc. It's not all about technology upgrades. It's very much also about operational options on this work towards and journey towards net zero. It requires digital solutions that span the entire marine ecosystem, from engine room to the bridge, to the boardroom, and from ship to shore. We are ready for this one. It's through a Wärtsilä portfolio, enabling high-performing logistics to support ship owner managers, ports, yards with digital technology that makes shipping the global supply chain safer, smarter, and greener. With the broad portfolio, we lead the decarbonization, but also the digital connection. Companies are looking on how to react on this new way of working and leveraging digital technologies to connect their ships and shoreside operations deliver a step change in safety, efficiency, reliability, and emission reductions. Through Wärtsilä Smart Port Integrated System, Vessel Traffic Management System, Port Management Information System, Port Community, Pilot Dispatch, etc. All of this is harnessing on data. On the other hand, vessel owners, managers also need to contribute here. And for this one, we have such solutions as fleet optimizing solutions, navigation, planning, data that helps the management to achieve better operational performance aligned with IMO requirements, such as CII. For example, the FOSS gives a central overview on the fleet and also gives decarbonization trajectories on the current operations. But it also gives them the possibility to further explore future development and reduction needs, investments that the owners see on the pathway to close to net zero. And this is once again referring back to the clarion call earlier for better data quality from the vessels. So the main idea of all this is to create digital platforms in the ports which allow us to receive, process, and deliver data to all the stakeholders. And increase then, of course, efficiency, safety of the navigation, and protection of the environment. So it's all about connecting the maritime communities. Naturally, when addressing maritime digital transformation and innovation, coming out of, we should not forget the cybersecurity. Whilst new technologies, more automation, digitalization enable ships to be more efficient, it also brings safety considerations and risks. And these need to be addressed because we need to ensure the safety of vessel operations, crew, and passengers. Regulations and laws are introduced that require owners and operators to manage these cyber risks. On the other side, one should neither neglect the importance of cybersecurity and the possibility of financial impacts. For example, the risk of or impacting on the probability of getting a charter. By this, I have hopefully provided you a short overview on how Wärtsilä addresses maritime digital transformation and innovation, considering IMO ambitions, digital modeling simulations, vessel upgrades, digital offering supporting the operations, all highlighting the importance and the relevance in driving the decarbonization of the marine industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. And for now, we will start our panel and beautiful panelists for the subject ship to shore connectivity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first panel discussion, Ships to Shore Connectivity. Our panelists are Saoud Al-Anaini, Laurent Parente, Lydia Ngugi, James Collette, Dr. Engineer Hanan Qafura. Our moderator is Dr. Majid Almas.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, honorable guests, welcome to the second day of Sustainable Maritime Industry Conference. The discussion panel is titled Ship to Shore Connectivity. It will tackle ship to shore connectivity, autonomous and remote operations, and operational efficiency. I would like to welcome and introduce our esteemed panel members. Mr. Saoud Al-Anaini is the Vice President of Operations at Saudi Port Authority, Mawani. Mr. Al-Anaini holds an MBA and has 35 years of experience in the areas of port operations and in maritime services in both private and governmental sectors. Prior to his current position as VP, he held a number of different positions. He was General Manager of Financial Affairs at Jeddah Islamic Port, General Manager of Operating the North Container Terminal at Jeddah Port, and finally, Project Manager of the Container Terminal at King Abdullah Port in Rabigh. Welcome, sir. Mr. Laurent Parente is the Director General of the International Mobile Satellite Organization, IMSO, and has over 20 years of experience working in government and international organizations, dealing with diplomatic, political, legal, administrative, financial, and technical maritime-related matters. IMSO is an intergovernmental organization established by the United Nations International Maritime Organization and counts 110 member states. It contributes to the safety and security of seafarers and sea passengers around the world by providing oversight of the satellite service providers to shipping within the Global Maritime Distress and Safety System, GMDSS, and acts as a coordinator for the Long-Range Identification and Tracking of Ships, LRIT, system, both established by the IMO under the International Convention for the safety of life at sea, SOLAS. Prior to being elected as Director General, Mr. Parente was the ambassador and permanent representative of the Republic of Vanuatu to the IMO, the International Oil Pollution Compensation Funds, and IMSO. He vice-chaired and chaired the IMO Technical Cooperation Committee for 7 years, while chairing other IMO and IMSO organs. He successfully led Vanuatu's first candidature to the IMO Council elections for the biennium 2022-2023, which marked a milestone at IMO. Mr. Parente holds a bachelor's degree in law, a master's degree in law, a university degree in international relations, and 2 postgraduate degrees in international law and international business and negotiations. Welcome, sir. Dr. Hanan Kafura is a specialist marine engineer with a PhD in sustainable development of ports to enhance maritime transportation at the University of Rome, Tor Vergata, Italy, and a master in internalizations and communication of the productive system in the Mediterranean area at the University of Foreign in Padua, Italy. She is currently a business development manager for MENA area at the global company Nat Power in Milan, Italy, an ambassador of the Italian National Observatory for the Protection of the Sea for MENA area, an e-roster consultant at the International Maritime Organization, IMO, a member of WISTA, Italy, Women's International Shipping and Trading Association, an expert in maritime sector at the High Council of Public Works, Italian Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure in Rome, Italy, and was a lecturer at the University of Rome, Tor Vergata in Italy, the University of Milan in Italy, and currently at the University of Bologna in Italy. In addition to that, Dr. Hanan is an author of a number of scientific papers regarding the maritime environment and the role of ecological transition in the sustainable development of ports and maritime transport. Welcome, Doctor. Ms. Lydia Ngugi. Ms. Ngugi, currently the head of Maritime Technology Corporation Center for Africa, MTCC Africa, also has experience working as a consultant for the International Maritime Organization on marine environmental law issues. She has been engaged in the shipping and maritime industry throughout her career. She is an international maritime law lawyer and specializes in the field of marine environmental law, especially on matters climate change in the shipping and maritime industry. Over the last couple of years, she has worked with both private and public organizations as a maritime legal expert. She holds a master's degree in international maritime law from the IMO, International Maritime Law Institute in Malta, and has attended specialized trainings in the field of marine environmental law with a focus on climate change in the shipping and maritime industry. Welcome, Ms. Ngugi. Last but not least, Mr. James Collett is an independent advisor to global technology businesses. Most recently, he was the managing director of Northrop Grumman Sperry Marine, the world leader in marine navigation technologies and services. He held his post since April 2017. Previously, Mr. Collett was head of mobility and energy for Intelsat, the world's largest commercial satellite operator, leading a market growth strategy for on-the-move communications in the maritime, aeronautical, and government sectors. Mr. Collett had a 13-year career at Inmarsat, where his final position was Senior Director of Maritime Business, and during this time took responsibility for the launch of the fleet broadband service. Prior to joining Inmarsat, Mr. Collett was General Manager of Codan UK, providing HF radio solutions and VSAT hardware to organizations operating in rural and remote locations. Mr. Collett holds a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Manchester, and at the outset of his career, spent 8 years in various sales roles in the polymers industry. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you.
So, shall we begin? Okay. Mr. Parente, what benefits do satellite technologies bring to connectivity between ship and shore? And what new developments can we expect to see in the future?
Well, first of all, thank you, Majid, for that introduction, and good morning to all. I think that it's important to say that historically, ship-to-shore connectivity has been driven by safety. The safety of seafarers, safety of passengers, and certainly since the use of the Morse telegraph on board ships at the beginning of the last century. And that is exactly the same safety driver that led the International Maritime Organization of the United Nations to adopt in 1976 the International Maritime Organization, Satellite Organization in Marsat, which would then be known as IMSO later. Now, that international organization, the aim, the specific purpose was to provide a space segment for maritime satellite communication, specifically for safety and distress at sea, but also for ship management and ship communications. Long story short, this organization, the IGO in Marsat, work has been very successful, and on top of providing satellite communication services to maritime, they started providing services to aviation and land. And the market was so flourishing in the satellite industry that the 86 member states at the time couldn't basically cope with the competition and the investments required, and decided to privatize the assets of the intergovernmental organization known as Inmarsat. And it's how Inmarsat Limited, where James has worked for a while, was born, and how IMSO, International Mobile Satellite Organization, was born as well, which became an oversight body of the satellite component of the Global Maritime Distress Safety System, GMDSS, established by the IMO in 1988 and fully implemented in 1999. All of that to say that maritime satellite communication has proven to be a very efficient and available and reliable and flexible tool for maritime communication when it comes to ship-to-shore connectivity. It has allowed the ship to remain in contact with shore and with any other ships when outside the coverage of any terrestrial communication services. And I think that is important to say. Now, all of that's been driven by safety. Safety was at the center of preoccupation of every maritime stakeholders, which led the IMO to come up with a robust regulatory framework for the GMDSS, on top of having an oversight body, which is IMSO, which is now oversighting the GMDSS system on the satellite component. Now, over the last 50 years, satellite communication has transformed the world, and maritime industry has made no exception. We have a multitude of service providers on the market. We've got different services now available in the market, different speed, latencies, availability, reliability, up to bringing the 5G to the maritime domain. Now, that communication driver has switched from safety to operational applications, which is not yet driven anymore by regulations by the IMO, but by voluntary applications to basically optimize the operation of ships. And it has opened up a Pandora box of new applications. I mean, application for seafarers, welfare, for ship optimization, ship efficiency, ship maintenance. In fact, ship whatever you want, as long as you have the technology available and you can make use of the spectrum and the bandwidth as much as you can. That is a problem as well, the availability of the bandwidth. Now, what's the future? As we said, it's plenty new applications, obviously new services providers, not just two, which we have now in the GMDSS, named Inmarsat and Iridium. We have new equipment as well, but also trillions of new data to cope with. That is a big challenge for the world to cope with, and the International Maritime Organization as well. So what could be the future? When you look at all those safety applications, they've been encapsulated into a robust regulatory framework that has been actually led by IMO. Nowadays, all those voluntary applications that could certainly be safety-related and not regulated at all, which could lead us to think that maybe it's required. And I think that maybe in the future, either the International Maritime Organization, but at least the industry stakeholders, should group together and start thinking of what to do with all the new application, new service providers, to make sure that the reliability and the availability will remain as the cornerstone as it was for the GMDSS, which has proven to be so successful over the years. So I think that the future is probably a bit more, or actually a need to develop a regulatory framework for those new applications. I think it's crucial for the future, on top of what is coming next, which I think everyone is looking forward. Thank you.
Okay, that's nice. So speaking about data, James, with your recent experience in managing a complex and critical set of ship's data, namely the data that ensures the safe navigation of the ship. What challenges and opportunities do you see in creating more value for this data?
Everyone. Well, I think the good news is we've seen phenomenal progress in ship-to-shore communication. You know, I reflect on the 25 years I've spent in and around this particular area, and we've seen the movement from systems on board vessels, which were 25 years ago a GMDSS system and maybe some voice channels and an ISDN link, through to always-on IP communication and the fleet broadband service, which I was very closely involved with, to where we are today, which is true broadband directly to the vessels. So the shift has been phenomenal, and with this enables an awful lot of activities based around both the operation of the vessel and the sustainability of the vessel. So most recently, I've been looking at this from the perspective of a navigation data provider and what we can do, and seen a huge shift in the conversations with customers from post the financial crisis in 2009, most of those conversations being about how do I ensure cheaper and more efficient operations, through to the dialogue today, which is about how do I create more sustainable operations. And the nexus between the navigation system and the vessel and the communication system of the vessel has a huge role to play in creating that more sustainable operation. So we're seeing an enormous digital transformation take place today in vessel operations. We're seeing navigational data used to optimize route, weather, voyage planning, and this is resulting in here and now significant fuel savings, which obviously in turn has a direct impact on the greenhouse gas emissions for vessels. So it's a very dynamic time we're in right now.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Mr. Anini, now we're talking about challenges facing shipping lines. So how can shipping lines take advantage of technology to maximize the benefit of technology and connectivity between ship and shore?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Salam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In the beginning, I would like to thank you, TGA, for giving me the chance to be here. Yes, see, as we know, the marine transportation plays a vital role for global trade. Around 90% of the global trade moved by sea. And both parties of marine industry, shipping lines and ports, have been investing heavily to make that happen. And both of them have to work together and coordinate together all the time.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember during the COVID-19, we worked hard to keep Saudi ports running. And we did.
Yes.
We met with our customer from shipping lines. We put the priorities, which we can do first, which can be done later. This gives you how the, communication and connectivity between shipping lines and port authority is very important. Yeah, to go back to your question, Dr. Majid.
Yeah.
Shipping line, they or the main income of the shipping lines come from vessel operation and container movement. Okay. That means the shipping lines say we make money out of the sea and we lose that at the land. Okay. And when we look to the main challenges facing especially shipping line, and which make poor ship connectivity, or the connectivity between ship and shore is very important for the shipping line and for ports. If we look to the main challenges these days, the freight rate dropped 70% this week compared with the same week last year, and 35% lower than the 10 years average. Okay. Second challenge, which encouraged the shipping line to improve and establish ship-to-shore connectivity, also overcapacity. The global commercial fleet has doubled since 2005. Yes, the growth slightly slowing in the recent years, but still increased by 3% since 2019. This second. Third challenges facing shipping line is the fuel cost. We understand that fuel cost is 65% from the total operation cost of the vessel. And decarbonization requirement add another layer of cost. There is additional challenges, which is crew welfare. You know, seafarers spend most of their time on board of the vessel. 40% of this time at the deep sea. Therefore, they need to stay connected with their families, with their friends. Okay. Due to all that challenges, I can say the ship-to-shore connectivity is more important than ever for the shipping line. And with advanced technology, now for the tools and applications, make it very easy for them to have effective control of operation cost and control and monitor the movement of the vessel at the sea and at the port.
Thank you, Mr. Anani. Mr. Alain did mention decarbonization. So, Lydia, how does MTC Africa support decarbonization in developing countries with reference to identification and benefiting from port-shore connectivity inclined to energy-efficient operations?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Majid. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. Thank you for having us here. With regard to the question that has been raised and how MTCC supports the initiative, perhaps it will be a good opportunity to highlight the essence of the MTCCs. Ideally, the MTCCs are under the global MTCC network that is supported and implemented by the International Maritime Organization. In this sense, the MTCC's mandate is to build capacity for climate change mitigation in the shipping and maritime industry. And we have MTCCs present in 5 developing regions world over. Looking at it from the aspect of ship-to-shore connectivity, and looking at it with the mandate of the International Maritime Organization, which is anchored on the conventions and the regulations, the most important aspect to consider is capacity building. Capacity building in the sense that decarbonization is within the ambits of the IMO MAPOL Annex 6, as well as the initial IMO GHG strategy, which supplements as well the very famous policy paper that is the fourth GHG study. And in this sense, the MTCCs actually work very closely with the ministries of transport as well as the maritime administrations in the region. For example, MTCC within the African context works with the ministries and the maritime administration's technical officers to offer the ideal support that brings into force the MAPOL Annex 6 and the initial IMO GHG strategy, imploring the government to ratify MAPOL Annex 6 as well as implement domestication processes that will inline support the ship-to-shore connectivity through the capacity building aspect. So these are the key areas that we look into in terms of the development and implementation from a sustainability perspective that also anchors onto the United Nations Development Goals.
MTC is holding a huge role in the area. MTC has a huge role in the area. MTC.
Definitely, definitely.
Dr. Hanan, talking about a greener future, decarbonization and other aspects. Connectivity could be physical, contact or digital. So to reach this goal of a greener future, what does the port need to be both smart and sustainable?
Okay, thank you for the question. Firstly, good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my appreciation and thanks for this great event. Thank you for all organizers. Sustainable smart ports, indeed, is a new generation of digital ports which maximize the use of technology, either innovative, either smart technology, in order to improve its performance in the three pillars of sustainability: environmentally friendly, economically feasible, and socially responsible. In simple words, digital and physical infrastructure are used in combination to ensure safe, reliable, efficient ship-to-shore connectivity in the maritime industry, as well as digital transformation has increasingly become important in the maritime industry. However, Internet of the Things, blockchain, 5 giga, big data, digital twins, and other of technologies can improve the performance of maritime industry and enhance safety, productivity, efficiency, transparency, and safety in the maritime industry. But the main question is why we need to adopt sustainable smart ports. Adopting sustainable smart ports is urgently needed for this reason. I will mention some of them. The first reason is 86% of the global ports are exposed to the climate change negative effects, causes a lot of negative damage to port infrastructure, and interruption of terminal operations for a long time, causes a lot billion of multi-billion dollar of economic losses. The first point that the majority of ports are urban or near urban area. According to ASPO, European Seaports Organization, that 91% of the ports are in urban area. We know that emissions in ports are divided in two categories. The first one is GHG emission from shipping in port, in specific when the ship at berth, and 30% from GHG emission from the port operation. And these two categories, then 70% from shipping at berths and 30% from port operation, can influence global warming and the human health. Then decarbonizing and digitalization of ports will be on the top of agenda, and already it's on the top of agenda of European ports because it's so dangerous to the human health. Ports are essential for the well-functioning of economics, and in the global maritime, in the global supply chain also. Then they will play the key player in the future in the industry, blue economy, and energy. They will be fundamental. They will play the fundamental role in our decarbonization journey. Then ports will be for supplying, storage, and production of clean energy. Then, last but not least, integration between onshore and offshore operations and digital and physical infrastructure will lead us to see the tangible progress and will be the optimal solution for a green and sustainable future. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hanan. So, Lorraine, Dr. Hanan touched on safety aspect. So, based on IMSO's experience of the regulation of mobile satellite communication services for safety and security purposes, what benefits might such regulation bring to communication systems used for autonomous and remote operated vessels?
Thank you, Majid. And I should start by saying that it's amazing how ship connectivity, I mean, the diverse applications of ship connectivity is. I mean, we're talking about security and safety, talking about climate change, I mean, ship efficiency, ship maintenance. I mean, it's what I said earlier, it's endless applications. Now, when it comes to mobile satellite services providers that have been recognized by the International Maritime Organization to provide services into the GMDSS, they have to comply with a multitude of set of regulations. First of all, the convention, regulations, resolutions, procedures, just to make sure that those services providers are fit for purpose. Now, one of the main requirements is to ensure that the service is available 99.9% of the time, which I think is crucial. And the other important element is to ensure that the system is redundant. I mean, you just cannot imagine how often you have satellite outages. It happens regularly. But users on the GMDSS, for instance, do not see that, or they're not even aware of it, because the system and the providers have backup systems. That has been mandated by the International Maritime Organization at the inception of the creation of the GMDSS to ensure that reliability. And that reliability is obviously encapsulated into robust regulatory framework, but also performed by an oversight body that I mentioned earlier that I'm leading, the International Mobile Satellite Organization. So how does that work, basically? So first, we are mandated to perform that oversight through an IMO resolution, but we also have a contract that enters into between the IMSO and the recognized mobile services providers, which are the name of Inmarsat and Iridium. There's a Chinese company, Beidou, that's been recognized by the IMO, but is not yet in service. But those two companies have a public service agreement in place with our own organization to ensure that we can carry on oversight duties. And we can carry on our contingency exercises. We can have our public services meeting time to time to ensure that they comply with the regulatory framework. And I think that is crucial. And the same applies with LIT, I mean, the long-range identification and tracking of ships. That has been established by the IMO in 2006, where IMSO was appointed the LIT coordinator in 2008. Now, this system, which is related to ship-to-shore security, basically it's not more safety, it's security, mainly security, but it could be used for safety as well. That tool as well has been encapsulated into robust regulatory framework, and the whole system is being audited by the IMSO. So the 69 data centers are audited on behalf of 119 SOLAS member states. I mean, it tells you how far the IMO went in regulating ship-to-shore connectivity when it comes to safety and security. Now, marine autonomous surface ship, MASS. The International Maritime Organization, the Maritime Safety Committee, is currently looking into regulating MASS and to adopt a mass code. And the purpose of which is obviously to define which will be the functional requirement, the technical requirements, and specifically the communication requirements as well. And I think that will be crucial to ensure that whatever the ship mode is operating on, whether it would be a remote control ship, whether it be autonomous, you have to ensure that the system and the communication services are actually reliable and redundant. I mean, what if a ship, an autonomous ship or remote control ship, is actually operating with existing ships? It will. That's already happening, but it will be happening. It will be even more in the near future. What about if you lose connection? I think that reliability and redundancy of those communication services is crucial to ensure and to avoid collision and incidents in the future. So if the IMO came up 30 years ago with a very stringent, robust regulatory framework for the GMDSS, did the same for LIT, maybe at some stage when developing the mass code, those communication requirements will have to be considered as well. Why? Currently, the GMDSS is operated on the traditional L-band network, which gives a lot of reliability, which can sustain weather conditions. Now, all those new service providers on the market providing service communications will be more and more using other bands, QU band, QA bands, which are reliable. I mean, they are functioning on LEO and MEO constellations. I mean, low Earth orbit, mid Earth orbit, they're giving, which is actually providing better speed, better broadband, which is great, but at the same time, maybe less reliability. So we will have to make sure that reliability remains, to ensure that you don't lose connection. And I think that, yet again, as I said earlier, maybe the future is also to regulate those service communication providers to ensure that the system for autonomous shipping will be as reliable as it is for the GMDSS, and that has been for the last 30 years. So I think it's important. We have to keep that in mind for the very near future, because things are going very fast.
As it is, technology is advancing a lot.
Yes,
that's
indeed.
True. James, from your experience of working for two satellite network operators, safe navigation is clearly essential to remote controlled, as Lauren mentioned, and autonomous operation. What requirements for ship-to-shore connectivity sit alongside that?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's good we're having the discussion about autonomy and where that fits in, because certainly autonomy has a strong role to play in the digital decarbonization of shipping. What we do know is that the majority of collisions and accidents from navigation come from human factors. And autonomy and indeed a level of remote control perhaps on the way has a role certainly to play in making this a safer environment. But coming back to the question of the panel today and ship-to-shore connectivity, how that fits into the world of autonomous shipping, as Laurent mentioned, I think we've got some distance to travel there in terms of getting ourselves comfortable with vessels being equipped such that they can operate safely in this manner. If I was remote controlling a vessel, if I had an autonomous vessel, for the safe navigation of that vessel, I'd be very interested to know what the redundancy is of the service that's provided, not just the redundancy in the space segment, but also redundancy of the equipment on the vessel, because we can't have a LNG tanker steaming across the Pacific that's got one satellite antenna on it that's controlling the navigation of that vessel. It's not possible. And then we get into the world of, well, what does the quality of service look like for navigating this vessel as well? What's the latency like of the subject? So that there's a very long and quite complicated checklist that I could see emerging to support safe autonomous navigation. I think the good news is there are a plethora of providers now who have the capability. We just need to find a way to put that into some kind of structure whereby we can all feel confident that this is a safe way forward. But like I say, I think the credentials are there to move this forward, and we need to move it forward at pace. And I think that's going to be the tricky bit, is how we move it forward at pace.
But before going onwards with the remote and autonomous operation, we need to have a reliable system and kind of set of regulations for that to move on. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I didn't catch your question.
I'm sorry, yes.
Did you ask a question?
Sorry?
Did you ask a question?
No, we just confirming, yeah, I'm sorry, confirming the discussion, sorry. Okay, Dr. Hanan, going back to your point, how can you combine digital and physical infrastructure to get an efficient ship-to-shore connection?
Okay, thank you for the question. As I mentioned before, regarding the combination between digital and physical infrastructure. However, let me provide an example to get the idea clear and efficient. Cold ironing, or shore-to-ship connection, OPS, onshore power supply. It's known in various names, but the most common name is cold ironing. Because we know that shipping in ports, especially when the ship at berth, causes negative externalities from the auxiliary engine. From the auxiliary engine, not only create high level of pollution from carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxide, sulfur oxide, and particulate materials, etc. Also causes vibration and noise in the urban area and in the port area. For this reason, the concept of cold ironing is needed, because the concept is to turn off the auxiliary engine when the ship at berth, and to create a network of systems that to supply electricity from shore to ship. In order to provide the ship the power required for main function, hoteling services, loading, uploading, heating, lighting, etc. of services. We need, for this technology, innovative technology, we need onboard electrical infrastructure and onshore electrical infrastructure. Using this technology as a physical connection between ship and shore is good solution in the short term, but it's not enough to achieve IMO target. Then we have to combine between technologies. Okay, then the main issue now, the main issue, how to make cold ironing more sustainable and efficient using innovative technology and the smart one. But before going to the potential solutions, let's discuss the benefit and the challenging for the current situation of cold ironing from the local grid. Okay, the current situation, cold ironing powered from the local grid, benefits emission reduction, improving air quality, energy efficiency, cutting noise and vibration, provision of better commodity when the ship at berth, also a green profile for the ship. But the challenges we have, limited capacity from the local grid, and we can cut emission, and we can reduce emission, not cut emission. With this solution. Yeah. Also, as challenges, we have infrastructure requirement for onboard and onshore technological complexity, as cold ironing requires state-of-the-art technology of integration of various elements, and the lack of regulation. This the significant concern how to make cold ironing or this connection between ship and to shore more sustainable. Okay, then this is the problem. The solution. How can we resolve or address this problem? Solution will be by using innovative technology, which hydrogen fuel cells. Okay, then as following: renewable energy from wind and solar. Then electrolysis to produce green hydrogen, then hydrogen fuel cells in order to generate electricity to the substation of the cold ironing. Then we can obtain zero emission when ship at berth. Then we can cut noise, vibration, also all emission when the ship on boards, which account 70% of the total of GHG emission. The second issue that we will resolve with the technology or smart technology. The issue is how to improve the efficiency and safety of cold ironing using smart technology. Using Internet of the Things can make cold ironing sustainable and can predictive maintenance, predictive also real-time monitoring, and can increase safety and security for cold ironing. Also, just-in-time arrival can make cold ironing more efficient by reducing the traffic in ports, by ensure the availability of the pairs, by increase energy efficiency. Then the combination between physical infrastructure, as I mentioned before, and innovative technologies and smart technologies as the IoT and the just-in-time will be the optimal solution to achieve our target towards sustainability and the green future. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So cold ironing would be hugely beneficial to ports.
Yes, especially when we can resolve the problem of local grid. Yes. Local grid. In Europe, yes, will be implement more than 30 cold ironing by 2025. This is a new rules for this because human health is on the top of the agenda of European ports.
European. Oh,
okay.
Very interesting. Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Arnini, talking about operation efficiency, what is the importance of connectivity between the ship and shore for shipping lines and ports in operation and efficiency?
Yes. See, there are around 65,000 vessels sailing globally these days. And all that required the fleet to control and evaluate operational performance of each vessel and provide needed support for the vessels in the normal and critical situations. The fleet managers need to have close monitoring for each vessel. Also, there are a lot of information required to be transferred between shore and ship. Mm-hmm. For example, ATAs, cargo list and planning, loading and unloading, crew information or crew list. All this information required reliable communication between ship and shore to provide the information, the right time, and the right format, and a good quality. See, for example, let's give you in Saudi port. Mm-hmm. We implemented the clearance for the cargo within 2 hours. From the arrival of the cargo until gate out. To implement that, the shipping lines should provide the information 2 or 3 days at least ahead of the vessel arrival.
Yeah.
Okay. The ship-to-shore connectivity will enable them to do that. Okay. That means they will reduce by this when you reduce the dwell time and turnaround time of the vessel at the port. This will increase the efficiency of the vessel, will reduce the idle time, and will speed operation at the port. Especially, see, most of the ports now invest heavily in the technology. For example, the 4G or 5G. Okay. And the vessels spend around 60% from their time at the port or the coastal water. Okay? That means they can benefit from the coverage of the new technology to send information, to download or upload all the necessary information. This will improve the communication or connectivity between ship and shore.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Neni. Lydia, so talking about port performance, how does MTCC Africa support capacity building on shore systems, optimization that leads to an overall efficient port performance in the region?
Thank you very much, Dr. Majid. And that's a very interesting question because it borders on the capacity building and how to bring it into a practical perspective. And the panel has rightfully highlighted some of the key aspects that are put into consideration in that nature. Within MTCC, when it comes to bringing on board energy efficiency and ports integration, we highly make sure that we have pilot projects that help to identify some of the gaps in the industry, and this leads to the public-private partnerships. Some of the key pilot projects that MTCC Africa has conducted and completed successfully include the energy efficiency within ports, as well as the data collection of the use of oil, that is the bunkering fuel in the vessels. In this nature, the countries that we work with are able to identify the gaps within their relevant administrations, relevant ports authorities, and in that nature, a study is conducted over a considerable amount of time. Of the recommendations that are forthcoming from the studies, then we have them converted into bankable pilot projects. Bankable pilot projects in the sense that they are able to work with the industry, support the public-private partnerships. Currently, MTCC Africa is working with the support of the IMO Cares project that has been funded by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And this brings forth the innovators and the technology providers to support the green ports policy initiatives that have been identified by the ports with an end goal to bring sustainability, with an end goal to have the return of investments in the relevant regions, as well going back to building capacity for sustainable development. I had earlier mentioned that we look into the United Nations Development Goals. So important to highlight that we work as well in line with the mandate of the International Maritime Organization through the Department of Partnerships and Projects at the IMO. And key among the United Nations Development Goals that we look into are in support of the climate change, partnerships, energy efficiency, education, support of women in the industry, to make sure that ship-to-shore connectivity is an aspect that will lead to the sustainable future, making sure that we leave no one behind, most importantly, through the pilot projects that develop into sustainable use of ports.
Okay, thank you, Lydia. So I understood from this discussion, so we're looking at reliability, advanced technologies, such as code ironing, the Kingdom's contribution to different organizations in order to develop the area. I did have a question in mind, and it's an open question. So, how do we secure this information? I mean, the information that's sent from ship to shore, how is it secured? Yes, of course.
That's fine. I'm glad you're asking this question because I had the intention to come back on something I said earlier, that as I said earlier, the main communication driver has been safety for years, for decades in fact, and it switched to a professional and to optimize ship operations, which is great. But it's what I said earlier, it should ring the bell to all of us, all the maritime stakeholders, that, hey, hang on, do we have a proper regulatory framework in place to provide for redundancy, as we said earlier, reliability, but cybersecurity as well, and I think that is crucial. And I'm not sure that at the institutional level that has been considered seriously so far. And I think that we should all be aware that things are moving very fast, and the industry is taking over, obviously, but I think that at the institutional level, we should start considering regulating to ensure that we have proper goal-based standards in place to ensure that proper functional and technical requirements are there to provide for a safe and secure environment for the users. I mean, as I said earlier, for GMDSS, it's been proven for decades, thanks to Inmarsat, Iridium, and all those companies that have been providing us fantastic services. What's the future? Yeah. That's a big question. I think that we should all be aware of that, and we shouldn't drag behind in terms of regulating this environment that is dramatically lacking of regulation at the institutional level. There are standards, of course.
Okay, that's good. Before ending, is there anything you guys would like to add? So I would like to thank my esteemed panel members. It was an honor for me to moderate such a rich panel. I appreciate you guys. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your input. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second panel discussion, Digitalization and Cybersecurity. Our panelists are Captain Abay Nimbalkar, Gina Panayotto, Alicio Garofalo, Dr. Ala Khawaja. Our moderator is Engineer Kamal Al-Jnaidi.
Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. It's been so far a wonderful day yesterday, and this morning looking forward to enjoy the rest of the day. And my honor to be the moderator of such a very important subject. So, digitalization and emerging technologies in the maritime industry, such as Internet of Things, AI, robotics, are an important part of the decarbonization journey. Yet, undoubtedly have an impact on cybersecurity. So, founder and CEO of Oceans Arena, Gina, how does this impact fall within the environmental, social, and governance framework? No. Mic test.
Mic test.
Tech support, we have a mic issue. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the
No worries. Until they fix the mic. So that's what technology is.
Exactly.
Check 1, 2. Working.
It's working now, I think.
Okay, I will move to Captain Abai.
At the mic.
Working? Okay. Gina.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear.
That works.
Go
okay.
ahead.
First of all, I need to say, huge congratulations. It's my first time in Saudi, and this has been more than impressive in many ways. And thank you for hosting us, and well done on this initiative and the vision, the great vision that you have for sustainability.
Our pleasure.
On a first note, that's an interesting question what you asked, I think, to set the scene, and probably it would explain why a few ESG experts are sitting on a cybersecurity panel. And most people probably won't initially make that correlation of where cybersecurity fits in the ESG framework, so it would be nice to just set the tone a bit. I think, interestingly enough, I don't know how much exposure the audience maybe has with ESG, so there's 3 pillars, right? The environmental, the social pillar, and the governance pillar. And I would actually argue that cybersecurity falls is probably one of the greatest risks of governance, because governance is all about compliance and policies and making sure things like transparency and data are being protected. Other policies, of course, come into place like anti-bribery, but also the compliance with regulations like the IMO regulations and the new directives that are coming out by the EU, the new ESG reporting requirements. So clearly that's under where cybersecurity would fall. We're seeing this huge rise in digitalization, as you mentioned. We're seeing a rise in AI. We're more reliant on technology. So all of these things means more data is being shared, right, across platforms, and that data needs to somehow be protected, but it also has to be a part of a secure policy that we no longer can really anticipate those risks, right? It's more about being also able to prepare to shift and evolve. And with ESG, what we're seeing is the stakeholder conversations that are really shifting. You've got financiers who are asking for this data. You've got insurers who are asking for this data that you're using. You're using new technologies in your field. You're using automation, even AI. A couple of days ago, I think I mentioned this to you yesterday. I was watching on the BBC this like a show on journalists and generative AI and generating articles with AI. And they were also talking about all the problems that come with that, because AI relies on a pattern and it kind of mimics your behavior. So things can go wrong. We've also got, obviously, this digital age where everything goes public and people know. So you see climate activists and climate litigation. So all of these things clearly you have to be somehow transparent when it comes to your ESG strategy and fully embedded in that pillar and say, what exactly are you doing? Disclose where you're using AI, for example. Disclose any other relative processes that people may need to know, but also what you plan to do about it, because unfortunately, even in maritime, we're seeing a rise in cyber attacks, like even vessel spoofing, and that's important for governments to know. And also things like, obviously, a few months ago at the port in Japan, where there was a cyber attack and that just caused this huge financial loss. So all of that really matters, and that's, I think, where cybersecurity falls in the ESG framework.
Thank you. So transparency, disclosure of data, very big words. So Captain Abai, CEO of Greenfield Marine Technology. How digitalization, you think, will help achieve any enterprises, companies, organization, ESG, as highlighted by Gina, to reach the sustainability goals, and why it's strategically important?
Okay, thank you very much, Kamal. At the outset, the hospitality in the last few days, the first time for me in Jeddah. Thank you, TGA. Wonderful. Brilliant. brilliant stuff. Been to a lot of seminars, conferences. You top the line. So thank you very much. Shukran, okay?
Thank you. Our pleasure.
Now, good question again. Let me start off with where sustainability is today itself, okay? At the very grassroots level. I was coming down to the Ritz-Carlton. I wanted to see where I was going to stay. So I looked up the website. I went down, and I see a beautiful column, sustainability. I click on that, and it tells me what is going to be my carbon footprint per night. It is 473 kgs per night, and the amount of liters of water that I am going to do in the night stay which I'm going to be there. So that is where sustainability is moving on to. So today, we have these smart watches which probably tell us...
Sorry, this is not a free ad from you to the Reds.
No. No, that's a good one. No. But yeah, so I think sustainability is going to move that way, whereby when you measure your daily steps, it's going to be what is your daily carbon footprint as an individual. Now let's go back to the shipping industry. We are here at the SMIC conference. And what is strategically driving that? Let me give you an example. A friend of mine who's a CFO of a shipping company in Abu Dhabi, who's highly leveraged. They went down to the bank, all right? And the first question the banks asked them was, where is your sustainability or your ESG report? If you do not give us your ESG report, no money. That is where, in simple terms, is going down to. You have the Poseidon Principles today itself, which clearly define on green financing. So that is where the world is moving to. I've seen this beautiful report by Aramco, on sustainability, where they are emphasizing on ESG itself. So
it's moved from to being privileged to an essential.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that transition is coming through. Then, like Gina rightly said, from a regulatory perspective, the EU, the CSRD directives, which are requiring 50,000 companies today in the EU to report ESG. So there's a massive shift now. So strategically, very important from a financial, from a regulatory perspective. You have the oil majors like Aramco, which are moving this ahead. Now the next step is, why is digitization going to help the sustainability process? Now, for somebody like, again, my good friend here, she has to make, we were discussing this yesterday, she has to make an ESG report. Where does she get the data from? Okay, companies sit on a lot of data, but till it's not digitized, you cannot get insights from there. So digitization helps the process, helps bring in transparency. Because today, one of the biggest things about sustainability or ESG is greenwashing. I can go up and say anything, but I should be able to give data to be able to support that fact. So I think that is where digitization is firmly coming into, and it's definitely a need, and that's where even we at Greenfields are looking at that. So we digitize the data on your sustainability matrix, capture it through our software, so that it's auditable and it's transparent and it ticks the right boxes. Thank you.
Thank you. So we hear that ESG report is an essential now. If you don't have it on hand, please start preparing it. Dr. Ala Khawaja, Deputy Director at IMC and Assistant Professor at King Abdulaziz University. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
I would like to ask you, in terms of efficiency and sustainability, what are the key benefits that digital technologies bring to the maritime industry? Of course, you've been involved in a lot of researches, and we'd like to hear your insights on this matter.
Right. First of all, thank you very much for organizing such an amazing event. It really gives an opportunity to actualize the digitalization on the maritime industry. Before that, it was just a concept. We've got the ship operation, the manual way, and then we've got the cybersecurity and the digitalization and the rise of the AI simultaneously. But now when they are coming together in the latest regulation by the IMO, issued January 2021, it embraces the maritime cybersecurity. Answering your question takes a multidimensional approach, enhancing the sustainability and reducing the carbon footprint using digitization and relying on cybersecurity takes multiple approaches. One of them is actuating the enhancement and the raising of capability of ship sensor to share their data. Now, if the data we have from the ship can capture the information related to the fuel consumption, predictive maintenance, cargo status to be shared and all blended in one intelligence that can make decision, that will help shipping companies to make data-driven, well-informed decision-making in regarding optimizing the ship routes, taking the shortest route, taking the most optimum speed that will allow them to reach their destination in due time. If you couple that with the integration of AI onto the ports, it's a new thing we're hearing about nowadays, the smart ports. Now, if the ports share their information on the availability of berth with the ships scheduled to arrive at that shore, they will remanage and readjust their speed and their routes so they will minimize the congestion on the entry and out of the port. So it's a multi-dimensional benefits, but at the same time it opens the door to vulnerability, to a new kind of threat.
Thank you, Doctor. As we call it, مدينة الحالمين, city of dreamers, Neom City, port of city. And we have the privilege to have Mr. Alessio, Chief Technology Officer at Hexagon.
Nice to be here.
You heard your colleagues and esteemed panelists putting all the dimensions. And definitely, you have everything now on the plate when it comes to Neom Industrial City. So what is the role of digitalization when developing a city and a port of the future?
Clearly, thanks for having me here, first of all. It's really a pleasure. And when we're looking at digitalization, on the scale of a city or like a port of the future, it really needs to underpin everything, okay, every of the sectors that you look through, right? But there is some macro areas that I think are really the most important, that in where digitalization acts as an enabler. Okay? The first being, for sure, the efficiency, right? Efficiency and optimization. Now, we already touched upon, how AI can help to have, a better solution. Okay? Clearly, transport management, right? If you look at it, within the port, outside of the port, within the boundaries of our city, and outside the boundaries, like offshores, okay? Be able to develop solutions that help then to streamline and optimize this. The transport is one of them. But if you look at task assignation, right? Digitalizations, again, to assign the right task to the right people, okay, or to the right assets to be more efficient. Proactively decide based on the trend and patterns that you have recognized through time. What are the containers, for example, that you need to submit to inspection, right? Because you have a limited amount of capacity that you can handle, in which you can handle the custom inspections, and maybe spot detect based on previous trends what you need to focus on can help you to optimize your resources, understanding how much holding time each containers need to have to avoid numbers of movements within the organization. These are all examples of efficiency. And when you put them in the context of end-to-end integrated port and supply chain and logistic, really looking at this on the full chain, helps to make more synergistic decisions that are really then sustainable. The second area is, as we mentioned already, many times, sustainability. Okay? Digitalizations enable you to get awareness of what happens and the impact of your decisions through sensoristic, right? Through capturing. You can then now get this information seen and understand how your actions correlate to what happens around you, and raising awareness, then making decisions and ponderating decisions to make things better, right? I think the third area is definitely safety and security. Safety and security, from project constructions, right? You're building, a city and a huge port. there you can proactively take advantage of recognizing if there is an unsafe behavior, right? Or if there is a condition that can be harmful. In preventive maintenance, you can then use the information that you've digitalized to then take steps to guide the people to don't commit mistake, harmful for them or for the tools, for the machines, right? Okay. In inspections, okay, you can delegate this to robots, to then take on some tasks that may be more useful for human. And clearly in cybersecurity, then is a prerogative to be safe in organizations like ours. And I close with the fourth big area that is definitely experience. The more you digitalize the environment around you, and overall if you think it in a context of a city or a region, right, the more you enable to get experiences for residents, for workers, for businesses that were not possible before. The customizations of an area when you enter here based on your preferences, okay? Or receiving the milk, okay, before it's finishing in your fridge, okay, proactively. So all these capabilities really are enabled by digitalization. So in summary, digitalizations for this challenge is really both a social and economic growth, play.
Thank you very much. In the year 2022, around 500 million ransomware attacks were detected by organizations worldwide. This stats according to the recent article in Techupedia website. So, Gina, CEO and founder of Ocean Arena, bearing in mind the associated risk with the increasing and ever-evolving digital scene, how can the industry best formulate the ESG strategies to optimize benefits and mitigate those risks?
I think the first thing that we need to say here is that ESG strategies are kind of a new thing, especially for the maritime industry. And that comes back a bit to what Abhay was saying earlier, in that the data isn't really available there. But to make my point, I think, a bit on the benefits of having quite a robust ESG strategy, and I'll give some examples on how we can approach that. A bit further down the line. But the benefit is that if you're one of the first movers, obviously you set yourself apart, but you don't want just to be one of the first movers, because I've read more than 100 sustainability reports, and unfortunately because of this lack of unification, they're quite vague. The statements are probably just promises. They might not intentionally want to be greenwashing. For those who don't know what greenwashing is like making statements that don't really follow through in facts, and you can't really prove them. You're just saying something big to impress, basically. So there's a lot of commitments flying out there in sustainability reports, but these are not really data-driven, or they're not properly data-driven, and that's a big problem. So the first thing to say with having an actual ESG strategy that is data-driven and measurable, you already set yourself apart in the game, whether you're a government, you're the first flag state to be doing it, you're a small organization, you're a large organization. I mentioned a bit earlier how all these stakeholder requirements and conversations are changing. So if it's not, the charterers calling to your ports or the vessels, it's going to be the people who work with you, your suppliers. Somebody's going to be asking this question, so it will set you apart in even the decisions they're making on who to work with, because they're also accountable. When you go to a financier, for example, you're not only just saying what you're doing, but they will ask you, who are you working with? What exactly is the process there? Are they also, do they have a sustainability report, an ESG report? What exactly are they doing? So it's a whole network.
Yeah. So you're emphasizing the data control between the entities.
Yes, exactly. So they really need to know that it's not just, it's your whole, you're looking at it holistically. So, as I said, you're ahead of the game if you've got a data-driven strategy that's quite evidenced. And I also think, and I say this is a bit of a startup pitch, but it's a unique selling point also to the industry. In the discussions, though, here in the past few days and at the IMO, two of the paramount pillars that we always discuss, of course, is decarbonizing the industry, but also safety, right? And these two things can't really happen unless we rely on technologies, on digitalization, and on that data exchange and transparency, because as we're entering this new era, unless we're transparent, the quicker we're transparent, basically, and share this data, the better we're going to learn and create best practices. So in doing this and putting this a bit more constructively maybe on how you put cybersecurity and digitalization as a part of your ESG strategy, it obviously mainly falls under the G. It can touch on other aspects. And at Oceans Arena, what we do, you first need to also see the organization you're working with. So it would be very different, the data and tech that a port requires than maybe a small owner, for example. So in that respect, you have to see what providers are you using when it comes to digitalization, how much data you're exchanging, is it crew data, is it supplier data, do an overall very thorough assessment of where you stand at a first instance, because then you can also assess what the real risk is. Make sure you then have policies in place. I mentioned earlier, you can't anticipate everything that may go wrong. Things are changing so quickly nowadays. So you have to be prepared to say how exactly you're going to deal with something if it goes wrong, and create that credibility and reassurance for financiers and whoever you're providing this data to. And then I will also say you need to do a vetting process of who you're working with exactly. Make any disclosures. I mentioned the AI example earlier, but if you are using data in a specific way, it's quite important to disclose it. I work also with the P&I industry, and one of the issues now there is disclosing data to measure like the carbon footprint of portfolios, and there's a lot of resistance from members, obviously, because they don't quite understand how you're using that data, if it will reflect then badly upon them. So all of these need to be part of your policy, and then of course integrate this overall cybersecurity plan in both your business plan, not just, so your ESG strategy has to be aligned with your business plan. I should have started with that because I say it all the time. It can't be two separate things. But cybersecurity has to really be embedded in that risk process, and people need to be very clear on exactly how you're using this data and what you're going to do if it goes wrong. But it also helps you future-proof for the future. And I say this a lot, but I believe that the companies that are not really working towards this ESG goals do not only have to fear the future, but they won't really have a future.
Wonderful. Thank you very much on this.
Engineer Kamal, can I just add something?
Of course.
On this?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, when we spoke about ESG, there's a lot of focus on the E side of things, which is the environment, right? Now, the S side is, in my humble opinion, equally important, okay? Social. Which talks about the social side, yeah. The seafarers. When I see these lovely people in the uniforms here,
which we are very proud of them all.
Which we're very proud of them, you know? How can we make their lives safer on board the vessels within the ESG framework by getting the social data coming in from them? Because today, whatever happens out at sea,
are connected to the internet with data-driven and data connectivity. They are up aware. For example, I got a couple of students over there. They are doing research on maritime cybersecurity. They're exploring the vulnerabilities that the ship is exposing, which bring me to the answer to your question. Securing ship from the technological perspective, from the cybersecurity perspective, it's not a one-man job, right? It's a teamwork where everybody got to be involved, including the maritime institutions. We've got to teach our students how to secure their network, right? How to have their cybersecurity awarenesses, to be aware when they are plugging their charger, for example, on board ship, on the ECDIS, they're opening the door to God knows what. Securing the ship from the cybersecurity perspective is a new thing that took place after connecting the IT and the OT. Now, the technological people, they're very aware of the information technology, the IT. We, as manual laborers on board ship, we are very aware of the OT, the operational technology. Now, mixing them together gave birth to the IoT, the Internet of Things. Now, to maintain a crane, a shipboard crane, for example, it only takes changing of screws and greasing the wires, but now you will have to look at another sort of problems. Now, an external hacker, for example, can access these systems. It takes few seconds to originate a disaster. Like, for example, if a rudder control is overtaking for few seconds while passing the Suez Canal, we will see another evergreen incident, which affect the global economy on a large scale. Now, securing the ship takes segregating the IoT systems and segregating their networks so that penetrators or cyber criminals would have no accessibility or pivoting between networks to access the critical systems and the control systems. Regulatory framework has to be clearly established and followed, and policies need to be imposed to make sure that this is the case. Introduce IDS, or intrusion detecting system, IPS, intrusion protecting system. We need to introduce fireworks to control accessibility, establish very strict accessibility controls. And there's one problem that is very rare being talked about. It's the vendor, the third-party vendor security. When you're dealing with a third-party vendor, for example, you purchase a crane or a navigational system, like control system, from another company, it's a shame that if you are very well established and very well secure, and you introduce an external system, and the vendors didn't really take into account and they didn't follow the strict cybersecurity rules, they will open the door for penetration to your network. You've got to hire hackers, white hat hackers, the good guys, right, who are trying their best to penetrate your network, to try to breach your data, and eventually when they find an opening, they will report that and will be updated. We need to get rid, another methodology to secure the ship, we need to get rid of the legacy systems. We've got old devices and outdated security systems on board ship. If you look on board ship, you will see Windows 98.
So as Dr. Ala mentioned, we have a lot to do. I mean, the organizations to be protected from cybersecurity. Thank you. Alessio, CTO at Oxygon. I'll refer again, CTO for Dreamers. How we can make this, sustain this dream continue in a so complex environment? How do we ensure the right use of data from a piracy management and integration perspective? Especially when you are establishing an full ecosystem.
I think, again, every time that you need to handle data, there is good and bad, right? And having a lot of data historically has always been like a target that we aimed for, but then we ended up having, a lot of data that was unused, that was intoxicating all the rest, was creating biases and so on. So when you're looking at very complex environments like the one that we are discussing today, I think setting up a good strategy overall on how you handle different portions is very, very important. And what we have done, we have started with the where. Okay, normally people try to answer the questions, how do we handle data, right? To then justify best practices and so on. But in a very complex ecosystem is actually where do you handle data? There is a lot of different touch points. You have data that is created and handled at the device level, right, at the user level. Okay? There is data that needs to be handled maybe at the edge level, okay, and edge on multiple layers, right? So maybe at an apartment level, at an asset level, maybe data centers at regions level, and then a lot of stuff on the clouds in the hyperscalers. Thanks. So being able to strategize and identify which data you handle in the different points and why you do that can somehow introduce a layer of security, okay, and privacy that becomes then embedded in everything that you do, right? For example, imagine when you're speaking about with your Alexa or like devices, that are supporting your daily life, right? Okay, ensuring that those informations remains just there, and you do not pass downstream, something that is not needed. Okay,
so it goes along. It goes along as.
Yeah.
We want to have sophisticated system and at the same time to be protected.
That's exactly right. So I mean, really doing the right segregations, I think, is the right important step to get this right. A second best good practice in this area is definitely looking at the transparency. Okay, how can I be as much transparent as I can? And transparency. It means also make these new decisions and bring back the power to the users, okay? And distinguish what you own as insights coming from data and the raw data itself. Okay? So ensuring that you are bringing solutions to then let the user decide, okay, and let the user aware of which data has been captured, and make them decide if they want that to be captured or not and to be used. You will discover that there is a lot of users that are absolutely fine to give this data in exchange of the benefit of a better experience. That is something that we are already doing it, but sometimes in a subtle way without really putting the right permissions in place, or at least putting the terms and agreements that everybody just scroll and click, right? But doesn't really create the right awareness level. And I think another important area is starting to define solution. And colleague here was mentioning about how legacy somehow, right, is the industry, and I saw the differences when jumping from Amazon, like the most evolved supply chain in the world, and started to look at a port, and I says, oh wow, there is a big gap that needs to be filled here, right? And if you start to do your own solution, start with privacy as design, right? Not as an afterthought. That is normally what happens in the software development industry, as of now. And if you start with privacy and designs, then you start to question yourself on: do I really need to capture this data? For what? Okay. Why do I capture this data? What do I do? And so on and so forth. And it helps long term on how you structure your own cybersecurity. And I think last point probably is really developing the right governance, okay, for the handling of the different solutions, and ensure that there is the right ontology, common standards between the different players, and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much. Gina, you want to add anything?
I wanted to add something on the transparency. It's a word that we've used a lot, but you've stressed it, and I want to also stress it, because in my view, and I feel that's just the way forward, and the industry has to understand, we've always been quite a conservative industry and very reluctant to share data or store it properly, and in this time and age, you really can't afford to not be transparent and not be really revealing that data. For one, I mean, what we've seen here throughout this conference, you're talking a lot about what Saudi is doing, and that's an inspiring story, and I always think that's a good reason to be transparent. But secondly, also making sure that people understand how you're working with their data, what you're doing exactly, and having that clarity is very important, because if something goes wrong, we're in the digital age. We've got Facebooks, we've got Twitters, people will know. You can no longer hide, and whoever feels that they can, unfortunately, that's not the reality. But the third and final thing I want to add there, I mean, you mentioned the disclaimers, and some people untick the boxes, and sometimes it's also because they don't quite understand fully. So that clarity is so important in your processes, in your policies, and making sure that people understand that there is a benefit to disclosing this data, but also exactly why and how you're using it. And a very funny example, but I will use it. We've got an event at Worcester, UK next week for London International Shipping Week, and a lot of people didn't tick the box of consenting for the data, and they didn't get a confirmation, so I kept on getting messages, I haven't been confirmed for the event, I'm coming, and it was actually because it was badly phrased. I wasn't responsible for the phrasing of the disclaimer. But yeah, people couldn't see the benefit in it. And it's a simple example, but you know, us being very clear on what we're doing with this data, with our cyber processes, again, also understanding why we need this data, do we really need it, but conveying it in the right way is just very important, because transparency is just the way forward.
Thank you, Gina, very much for your insightful input, and we really appreciate your words about the Saudi story. As His Excellency Dr. Mayh said in the opening ceremony, Saudi Arabia is walking the talk.
Indeed.
Absolutely. Yeah. We can see that
Captain
from the
Abahi,
conferences. Yes.
you have highlighted the seafarers and our human capital, as we say. So I would like to end this very interesting panel with this wondering question. Will advanced technology reduce the dependency on the seafarer, or in the extreme case, exclude them? Or is seamanship will remain essential?
Excellent question. Yeah, so I think I'm going to talk to them and speak to them. So I'll tell you what. When I started off out at sea, okay, I was from the GPS era, so I no more use the sextant from the sun to find out where the position was. Okay, did that make the ship safer? Yes, of course. That made the ship safer itself. Then for collision avoidance, came in ARPA. That is the automatic radar plotting aids. Was that an enabler again? Yes, it was an enabler again. Fantastic. Then, during my time, there were charts, and we moved on to EGDIS from there. What happened again? Again, it was an enabler. It made life simpler, easier, and most importantly, safer on board the ship. So, technology has always been around, and it will progress. And of course, you're moving on to the AI age and the ML age of it. And when I see Dr. Alat talk about the young generation here looking at cybersecurity and doing their studies in cybersecurity, that is fantastic. So when I look at this, I look at technology as an enabler. Now, at the last session, I was listening to them, and they talked about reliability and redundancy. Okay? These are the two very important things. Now, okay, can we do without seafarers? Imagine a fully laden tanker out in the sea, just with nobody on board the vessel. It reminds me of that movie, if you've seen the movie Speed 2, where the guy takes remote control, he hacks over the operation, and he's in charge of the vessel itself. Can we make that happen? I do not think so. Okay? At the same time, what I feel is, do the seafarers need to be smarter? Yes. Sure. Okay? Because the dependency is going to reduce. The number of people when I was out at sea was about 20 to 30. That's coming down to 10, 12 people. So do you need to be more aware of what's happening? Yes. Do you need to be more focused on digitization? Yes. Cybersecurity? Yes. Sustainability? Yes. Okay, so you need to be aware of all these factors moving ahead. So you're definitely looking at a smarter seafarer. Okay, but I have my doubts. I still think you guys are in a wonderful profession, and you have a bright future ahead. Okay, so I'm still going to stick by that no seafarer, no shipping, and if no shipping, no shopping. Okay, so you're still around, and you're still doing wonderful for yourself.
Thank you very much. That goes for all the seafarers, not only for the ones who are sitting in the front row. Thank you for attending the conference.
Can I just quickly add
something?
Definitely.
Please, go ahead.
On the social element, we were discussing it yesterday. It's also important. Yes, we need the smarter seafarers, and things are changing, so they need to be adapting. I also feel that we need them. It's the core of our industry, and they're not going anywhere for some while. But I think an important element of this, and I'm sure you agree with me, is also the leadership on shore. So what we need to be doing also as we're transitioning into the CSG era is making sure that the onboard environments are similar also to the onshore. So we're making sure that we're treating the crew the same way, and they become part of this organization, because it's also about smarter seafarers, smarter shipping, but smarter organizations also.
There we go. You heard it. Digitalization is an essential. However, seafarers will remain a human capital. I would like to thank you for your valuable insights and the practical recommendation on navigating this intersection of digitalization and cybersecurity in the maritime industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks to our panelists and to our moderator for your insights. We welcome you all for our next panel, Autonomous Ships Trends, AI, and that will start in 3 minutes from now. Thank you.
اللي كان يعتقد انه والله ارقام كبيره وغير قابله للتحقيق، كسرناها وكسرنا اجزاء منها في 2020، وسوف نكسر كثير من هذه الارقام في 2025، مما يعني انه سوف نحقق ارقام اكبر في 2030.
السلام عليكم، صبحك الله بالخير، طال عمرك. Good morning again. Thank you all for being here. We welcome our distinguished guest, His Excellency General Mohammed Al-Shehri, Director of Saudi Border Guards. And we start our panel. Sorry for this delay, Mr. Moderator. Our panel for now is Autonomous Ships Trends, AI, and it will start in a minute. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third panel discussion, Autonomous Ships Trends, AI, Artificial Intelligence. Our panelists are Nasser Al-Hazzani, Kaimo Abdullah, Gareth Burton, and our moderator is Captain Shabir Hashmi.
Yeah, ready? Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to SMIC Autonomous Ships Trends panel discussion. I'm Captain Shabir Hashmi, Managing Director of Nautica Offshore, UK. I have with me here on the panel Mr. Nasser Al-Hazzani, Chief Operating Officer of Tamil Offshore Services Company. Mr. Kaimo Abdullah, who is Director General and Registrar of Seafarers and the Ships, Tanzania. And Mr. Gareth Burton, Vice President, Technology, American Bureau of Shipping. Ladies and gentlemen, as the technology is progressing, we in the maritime sector too are embracing the technology and looking into artificial intelligence and autonomous ships. That will be the topic of our discussion, our panel this morning. I will now leave the floor to Mr. Nasser Al-Hazzani to share his views on the autonomous ships, and then we will have some questions to engage the speakers and to enlighten the audience. Mr. Nasser.
Thank you, Captain. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم جميعا. اسمحوا لي أن نتكلم باللغة الإنجليزية. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and honor to take part in this panel. Perhaps we'd start with a small introduction about Tamil Offshore, which is a marine services company that started in Saudi Arabia in 1977. We operate three main divisions, marine operations and diving services, where we operate OSVs, jack-up barges, and other vessels for Saudi Aramco and EPCs. Offshore construction, where we do offshore hookup well tie-ins, and brownfield EPCI, and lastly shipbuilding and ship repair, which we operate out of Dammam and Jeddah. And all these three divisions really fit into our discussion today, which is about autonomous vessels and how the technologies will change the outlook for the marine industry. So we are very excited to take part in this discussion. Thank you.
Right. Before we go into questions, I will let each of the speakers to share their thoughts on the autonomous vessels. Mr. Kaimo. Then, yeah.
Assalamu alaikum jamia. It's an honor to be here to share some experience on the topic that we are having a discussion now. But from where I am, I think the level of advancement in terms of technology is not that high, and we are really looking forward to establish networks establish mechanisms where we can have trained personnel in terms of the seafarers, and when it comes to the embarkment of the autonomous ships, so that at least no one should not be left behind. So speaking from my own experience, from where I am, we really need engagements with the high advanced technological countries, and engagements with IMO is vital as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kaimo. I will now ask Mr. Garrett to share his thoughts on the regulatory aspects and what the class societies are doing on autonomous vessels. Please.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. Certainly the topic of autonomous vessels and autonomous functions is one of significant importance. And I think it's important as we talk about this topic to frame it correctly in terms of not just autonomous vessels, but also autonomous functions, whereby there are specific activities on board a vessel which have autonomous features as opposed to the complete vessel itself being autonomous. In terms of the progression from where we are today to fully autonomous vessels, there's a step in between, and that's that increased autonomous functions on board.
Right. Thank you, gents. We will now engage our speakers, and I'll throw some questions across. When we talk about autonomous ships, we assume that the ships will be operating without any people, any crew, any officers. Mr. Nasser, how do these autonomous vessels change the employment landscape for seafarers? Because right now, they are the software who operate your vessels. But with autonomous ships coming in, how do you foresee the employment landscape, and how will you overcome those challenges?
Sure. And I think that's a very important question, and maybe there is a misconception that autonomous vessels will completely run on their own. I think, as our colleague Gareth mentioned, it's more about the functions on the vessel. So there is a wide spectrum of applications in autonomous vessels. Vessels could actually range from just having certain functions that are running autonomously, or a complete vessel that is run autonomously, which we see today in some security functions and others. But I think the fact remains that this will change the employment landscape. You might have certain functions on board the vessels that are done by humans today, which will be replaced. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind that there are equal opportunities being created onshore, because these functions have to be managed, they have to be designed, they have to be maintained. So I think it's just like any other technology application. It's a shift from traditional jobs maybe to more technological applications. For example, you need to have people in the command and control functions. You need to have companies and supply chains develop in the design and engineering and manufacturing of these autonomous functions and equipment. And at the same time, you need to have all the support ecosystem around it. So even if the vessel is running by itself, you need to have the shore support required, and that shore support might change from just a traditional port captain and port engineer to a more technological advanced application. So I think we will see a shift, and I think this shift represents also a great opportunity for Saudization, which is in line with the Kingdom's vision. Because as we all know, offshore jobs are in a harsher environment than onshore jobs. You can attract more people to do onshore jobs. There are higher skills required in these technologies. We do, alhamdulillah, have the training requirements available in Kingdom now, and we can further develop that foundation. And I think it will create its own industry that will employ the same number, if not more, than what we have today on board the vessels. So It will, I think, eliminate certain functions, but will create bigger opportunities as well.
Well, thank you, Mr. Nasser. That's good to hear that the seafarers and the employment will not be affected by autonomous ships, but somehow it will be upgraded to a more skilled professionals who will be more into technology to run these ships from the back end, from the shore support. To continue the subject, I will now ask Mr. Kaimu that how do maritime administrations and maritime training institutes are preparing themselves for these challenges rather than having a traditional seafarer, a captain or a chief engineer? How would you prepare personnel for this autonomous shipping?
Thank you, moderator. I think going back to what I've said before, when you were introducing the topic, it is not a bad thing, first of all. So, and I believe all countries embrace technology. So it's not a bad thing, but it's always comes with the negative impacts as well, which we need to take them on board as challenges. Do we have certain trainings or programs in place before? Have we planned for upgrading the skills for the seafarers, which we think some of the tasks will be definitely fully be automated? So if you ask me the level of preparedness, for example, for instance, from where I am from, the level of preparedness is not appreciable, or I would say, diplomatically, is not existing.
Okay.
How do we come up together to raise the level of preparedness? We really need to come together, and we really need to find a means of, setting up some standards even before the autonomous ships take full charge operationally. So I think we have different levels of advancement, as I said before, and taking from what my colleague has just said, it's not that the seafarers will be fully affected or 100% neglected or taken away from what they were doing before. It's just some of the functions will be automated. So they also need to be upgraded in terms of their skills, in terms of the capacity. So more capacity building programs need to be formulated. Do we have them in place? Do we have those plans in place? We really need to ask assistance from IMO, which is the maritime administrator for the sector as a UN agency, to take charge in this. So I actually pose as a challenge to them to see how do these two different countries with two different levels of acceptance, this technology will come up together and work together so that no one should be left behind. Thanks.
Thank you. So we understand that some regulatory aspects should be introduced by IMO?
Definitely.
To look into the training of seafarers or personnel who will be involved in running the autonomous ships?
Definitely, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kaimu. Mr. Garrett, please enlighten us on the pros and cons of autonomous ships.
The pros and cons of autonomous ships. So when we think about autonomous vessels, and again, autonomous functions on board vessels, if I can frame it that way, there's a number of characteristics that go into that. The vessels have to have the ability to monitor whatever the particular piece of equipment or situation is. They have to have the ability to process and analyze that information. They have to have the ability to make a decision based on that information. And then ultimately to take action. So it's those 4 steps that are required: monitoring, analysis, decision-making, and action. And with those 4 steps, when it's applied correctly, that can be applied to specific functions on board a vessel. So with regard to some of the pros and cons, as you requested, certainly when we look at some of the accident statistics that occur on board vessels and in industry in general, many of those are attributed to human factors related aspects. So by providing autonomous features and autonomous functions and removing that human from the loop in the decision making and subsequent action, that removes that particular element from it. So certainly that would be considered as a pro in the overall process. In terms of some of the cons, obviously, as human beings, we like to be in control of the process, and with an autonomous function, we are removing that step from the overall picture in it.
Thank you. I'll continue the question to you. What technological developments have taken place to put us in this position where we stand today for the autonomous ships?
Certainly another good question there. In terms of where we are today, there's a number of features and activities that have occurred in recent years that have allowed the discussion for autonomy to take place in the first place. Some of those are with regard to the developments of sensors, so the ability to collect information from the vessel, from the environment, to allow the decision making to be made in the first place. So the collection of data through sensors. Then there's the processing of that data and large volumes of data obviously has accelerated significantly in recent years. The connectivity aspects are also key, either between the sensors and the piece of equipment on board to the vessel itself and possibly to shore. So the connectivity aspects are critical. And then ultimately the AI and decision-making process that goes in behind the scenes. So it's really those four items that are key to allow us to have the autonomy conversation in the first place.
Thank you. Mr. Nasser, since you are involved with oil and gas industry in the Saudi Arabia since the 1970s and Zamil offshore, and how do you see that, how will the autonomous vessels support the growth of oil and gas industry internationally or with respect to Saudi Arabia?
Sure. I think, you know, today in Saudi we see a tremendous opportunity in offshore. Saudi Aramco is significantly expanding its offshore operations, whether it's in exploration, drilling, or production. That means more platforms, more rigs, more installations, which ultimately leads to more traffic. So with the larger number of vessels operating in the same area, doing various activities, construction, towing, supply, transfer of crew, security. So you can imagine that the area will be fully congested. And I think one of the main challenges that we in the industry are looking at is how will this, you know, function? Because the area is limited. And I think autonomous vessels provide a great opportunity here because, as Gareth mentioned, one of the main reasons of accidents, unfortunately, are human errors. And by introducing autonomous functions on ships, we eliminate some of these navigational risks that could happen and could increase because of the congestion. So I think this is one of the key areas. It will allow us to increase the number of vessels in order for the operators to continue and grow. This is one of the key areas. And we see that already today in security functions. For example, looking at autonomous vessels that can perform security patrols instead of having
a team on board. Yes.
Yeah, the human. So this is one of the key areas. I think another is the integration between the assets and the field to be able to ensure that we are having more efficient runs. You can model this system to make sure that the traffic is moving in the right direction, that it is not going inefficiently. So all of these technologies, I think, will support the bottlenecks that could be created because of the growth in demand.
Thank you. Mr. Kaimu, we mentioned about autonomous ships and the regulatory aspect from IMO. So when we talk about autonomy, we can assume or we can foresee that the human will be replaced by robots in some applications. As a maritime administrator, how do you feel that how should IMO go about setting the standards for robots operating the ships?
Okay. Thanks again, moderator, for your very interesting question, I would say, and these will be my views. I do not work for IMO, but we do collaborate most of the times as a maritime administration in charge of all maritime affairs in my country. We do cooperate with IMO in terms of technical capacity building programs, in terms of attending the meetings, the technical meetings, the subcommittees, the council meetings, and the assembly as well. So, as far as IMO is concerned in this aspect, I think so far they've done a tremendous job, a very nice job that has been done by IMO through Maritime Safety Committee, the ones who are actually champions of the SOLAS, I would say, the convention, which is the origin of the autonomous ships to reduce or eradicate all the possible human error causes for accidents, navigational accidents, I would say. So when you look at it, they've done a tremendous job so far. I appreciate that. Going to the degree 1, 2, 3, 4, the levels of implementation of the autonomous ships, the ones without seafarers, up to the one which is going to be, you know, fully automated. I don't think if we'll get there very soon, hopefully not, because some of us, it will take a bit time to catch up with the technological changes, I would say. So setting up the regulatory framework is very important, and I pose again another challenge to IMO. They should take this on board and see how the regulations will affect the maritime administrations, because the level of acceptance, as I said before, is totally different. You know, you might have an autonomous ship from the United States or from America going to the sub-Saharan country, like from where I am from, and how are we going to cope with that? The reception facilities, the surveyors, the inspectors of the vessels, how are they going to do the port state control inspection? So those things. So I think that it's the right time now to have a proper plan on how these autonomous ships will work before actually embarking operationally fully in the next few years, I would say. Maybe 4, 5, 6 years, I don't know. Thanks.
Well, we have discussed the human element and replacement of humans by robots. Mr. Garrett, how about the autonomous systems? How would the class look into review and approval of autonomous systems, redundancy?
Sure. So from a classification and from an ABS perspective, we view autonomous vessels and autonomous functions through a number of different lenses. One of the first lenses is with regard to the level of severity if an incident does occur. So looking at if something goes wrong, what are the implications associated with that? And there's a number of different levels that we consider in that regard. If it's something that is going to immediately cause loss of life, if it's something that has the potential to cause loss of life, or if it's something that would not have the potential to cause loss of life at all. So that's the first lens that we look through. The second element that we consider, once we consider the potential for incident to occur, would be associated with the level of supervision which is required. And we, again, categorize that into 3 different buckets, those being with regard to the need for continuous supervision of the decision-making process, with regard to periodic decision-making, and then with regard to an as-needed level of supervision. So again, the filters we use are the level of incident that's going to occur, the amount of supervision that's required, and then the third and final lens that we would use would be with regard to where is the operator located at. If the operator is located on board the vessel, or if the operator is located remotely from the vessel, whether that's on an adjacent vessel or onshore. And by looking at it through those three different filters, we can categorize the severity of the incident and the ability to control it if something goes wrong. And based on that, then that drives the specific classification requirements.
Thank you. Mr. Nazir, I will pose a question to you, which would be of interest to the audience with regards to Saudiization opportunities with the autonomous vessels, both for the operators and manufacturers of the vessels. So once the regulators set the standards and autonomous vessels gets into production, how do you see Saudiization and localization getting supported?
Sure. I think the first step is to have a collaborative environment between operators, manufacturers, technology providers, certification bodies, regulators, as was mentioned. That's the first step, because today, I would say technologies are moving at a faster pace than regulations in autonomous vessels. And this creates a risk because, we don't know how to deal with these technologies. And you have to remember that autonomous functions existed in other applications before being taken into sea. And actually, even in the sea, they have been applied a long time ago in defense, in the defense sector. But these regulations have not moved into the commercial applications. So I think that's the first step. We need to lay the foundation for that. And one of the examples is the MOU we signed with TGA and ABS to kind of put the framework for this, because we really need the full circle of the users and stakeholders of this function. Once that is set, and I think, or in parallel, there are multiple opportunities. I think one is, we are eliminating human risk, but we're also introducing other risks, cybersecurity risks. So these, vessels can be hacked, they can be attacked, they can be controlled by unfriendly people. So cybersecurity has to be really strong, and I think Saudi has gone a far way in cybersecurity, but now applying that cybersecurity to offshore autonomous vessels is very important. And I think there is a big opportunity for companies to grow in that area. Another area is, of course, developing the autonomous functions technologies themselves. Today, there are companies who own IPs for these functions, and I think they are eager to come to the Saudi market to market these IPs. And it's very important for local companies, I think, to capture these opportunities with the support of the regulatory bodies to create long-term partnerships that are win-win for the technology provider and for the local company to whether increase the speed at which these technologies can hit the market or grow the market for them. But the key point will be to localize these IPs.
Exactly.
So bring in these IPs, localize them, become a regional hub and then a worldwide hub, hopefully, for the provision of these technologies. I think that's the second opportunity. And the third opportunity, of course, is in the building of these vessels and conversion of existing vessels. I mean, we have to remember that there are numerous ways to introduce autonomous functions to vessels. You don't have to build it from scratch. Existing vessels can be modified. They can be upgraded. So, for example, in Zamil, we have started to look at doing that in our shipyard in Dammam. We are partnering with some companies to introduce artificial intelligence and automation functions on some of the vessels that we manufacture today. as pilots to introduce to our clients and show them these functions, and if they like them, we'll be able to transform them onto the vessels working for those clients. So that's, I think, on the upgrade, and of course, building the vessels. So this full ecosystem, I think, has a tremendous opportunity for localization, and we have very strong government support, alhamdulillah, in the kingdom, for us to be encouraged to step into this field comfortably and develop it to become a leader in this.
This is indeed a great news to hear that Zamel Offshore has already started pilot programs, and with the government support and Vision 2030, we do hope that soon we should have autonomous vessels and systems and personnel in Kingdom, inshallah. You mentioned about...
If I can just supplement...
Please.
Supplement the comments there. Certainly the level of complexity in these autonomous vessels and autonomous functions on board vessels is significant, and it really does take those stakeholders across the board being party to that to bring these autonomous vessels to reality and to fruition. The various projects that we have been associated in over the last few years have required engagement across multiple levels of stakeholders, from the system providers, the operators, the flag states, coastal states, and other entities as well. So I fully agree with your point in that regard.
Thank you to Gareth. Kaimu, Nasser mentioned about cyber security. As a regulator, what regional measures should be taken to prevent potential cyber attacks from these autonomous vessels?
I'm not an IT expert, but I would say I think some measures regionally. We do have these regional operations. You know how maritime sector is operating. It's huge. It's huge. So it comes to the level of, you know, segments. Regionally, the same way we do operate, like the way we have the MOUs for port state control inspections, we can choose that way to see how maritime administrations for different regions come up together and see how they will definitely look into the cyber attacks issue. But talking about cyber attacks, we should also be ready for anything that can happen. You know, the pirates will always be there, and you know, you have these vessels moving with maybe less number of seafarers, I would say, or crew members on them. So how are they going to be ready to, you know, respond to the attacks? Leave alone the cyber attacks, but I'm talking about the pirates. Have we included them? And they're actually, they're always very smart. They're very smart. Or like the cyber attackers, they're very smart. We might have them as well following our meeting now, but what can we do? We have to embrace the technology. We have to go there, because that is the way the world is going, where we are supposed to. So what I'm asking for, regional integrations, the regional corporations to come up together, to call us maritime administration, see the minimum standards that are going to be set by the IMO, the technical experts like the classification societies, to come together and see how the cyber attackers can be well prevented once the autonomous ships are fully operating.
Okay. You mentioned class societies, and again, I would push the question to Gareth that how are the requirements, cyber security requirements, addressed by the classification society for these autonomous vessels?
I think to begin with, I would reference some of the discussions that happened in this room earlier today. I'm not sure if you got to listen to some of those panelists, but they gave an excellent overview of the cyber risks associated with autonomous activities. From a classification society perspective, again, we would look at it from a risk-based perspective. What's the degree of risk presented by that particular autonomous activity? So if it's a low level of risk, then the level of cybersecurity overview is going to be limited, whereas if it's a high-risk activity, for example, navigation system for an LNG carrier, for example, coming into a port, then the level of scrutiny and cyber overview of that is going to be significantly increased. As discussed by the presenters this morning, it's certainly an overview of the OT risks that are presented, the operational technology aspects, and there are specific criteria that are set out to identify the specific elements of risk and how those risks are mitigated from a step-by-step basis.
Thank you. I have one last question to sum up our discussion, and each of you please share your thoughts that how would the autonomous ships and artificial intelligence affect the maritime industry at large? So if you can, Gareth, add your thoughts onto this.
Sure. I think the topic has great potential for the industry. If we think about it from a labour standpoint, and a crewing standpoint, we talked about that before. It certainly has the potential to attract new talent and diverse talent into our industry, and we certainly need that in the workforce and in the crew that are coming on board. So I think that's one element of significance. I think another element of significance is the different types of functions that can be addressed from an autonomous standpoint. Everything from an environmental reporting aspect to a navigation aspect. So the opportunities are quite literally endless on this particular topic. And I see the future as being very bright for increasing these autonomous functions in the shorter term and then extending beyond that. If we look at some of the vessels that have employed autonomous functions thus far, it's everything from smaller harbor type craft all the way up to larger ocean-going vessels. So the potential exists to apply this across the board.
Thank you. Kaimu, could you please share your thoughts on the subject?
Yes. From our perspective, I think it will have a huge impact on both sides, I would say. We've got a positive side, but we also have a negative side. And if we embark on these fully without taking into consideration how the negative impacts will affect the maritime industry, then it will be a total loss, I would say. So as I said before, we have two levels of, technological advancement. You've got a developed countries and you've got a developing countries side. But the maritime sector is for all, I would say. Even the landlocked countries are in maritime sector. So it will have a huge impact. But coming to the point that how it will impact the sector, it depends on how us as stakeholders, the UN agency, the IMO, the other stakeholders, very important stakeholders, the classification societies, the maritime administrations, the maritime academies, they should come together. The technology corporations, they should come together and see how we can best use this facility to move the world forward.
Thank you. Nasser, with respect to Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, same question, but if you can relate it to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, how the autonomous ships will affect and bring change, positive change in our operations, oil and gas industry, security.
Yes. I think we covered some of those in the earlier questions. So from the labor standpoint, we covered it, from the opportunities it will present to the industry. But I would also like to second my colleague Kaimu. This is a time, I think, for collaboration because, traditionally, as a company, I would be regulated by the government. certified by classification, and I operate and compete with the other companies, and this will continue. This is our day-to-day role.
Yes.
But at the same time, when there is a new technology, I think we wear a second hat, which is the industry hat. And we come together, bringing the best practices, certifications, regulatory requirements, and put them together to develop the foundation for this industry. And I absolutely think that it is an international effort. It's not, country by country, because these vessels now, as Gareth mentioned, some applications are on ocean-going vessels. Yeah. So if I have an autonomous function on a Saudi ship that is transporting a product to Africa, Europe, Asia, how will the receiving port handle this? How will the security authorities en route handle this? So it's definitely an international effort, and we hope that with the support of TGA, this will be taken under the IMO, and the regulations will be put in place, but in an iterative process between all stakeholders. So it becomes really a go-by for us to internationally set the standards for these activities.
Thank you to the respected speakers to enlighten us on the autonomous shippings. To summarize, I would like to say that there is no way out. We have to embrace the change. We have to accept autonomous shipping like other sectors of the industry. How it will be done, the operators, the regulators, and the class societies are all here. As you mentioned, Nasser, that it should be interactive and all stakeholders should be on board. Soon, hopefully, we would be seeing autonomous ships plying the seas, serving the rigs, serving the maritime security domain. Inshallah. Inshallah. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. I would now...
Thank you very much, and would like to thank the TGA for hosting us in this great conference and for their efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. And thank you, our panelists, for this fruitful insights. And please, we'll have a joint picture for you guys. Thank you. And thank you to our moderator. Thank you all. Thank you for your attendance. We will resume at 1:15 here in this room. So you are all invited for lunch on the first floor. Thank you and see you at 1:15. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start in 10 minutes. The session will start in 10 minutes. The session will start in 10 minutes.
كان يعتقد انه والله ارقام كبيره وغير قابله للتحقيق، كسرناها وكسرنا اجزاء منها في 2020 وسوف نكسر كثير من هذه الارقام في 2025 مما يعني انه سوف نحقق ارقام اكبر في 2030.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you for being back. Hope you had a good lunch. Now with our keynote speaker of this session, Mr. Ian Edwards. Please, sir, if you can join us to the panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session of the second day. Smart Tech for Safer and Secure Maritime Transport. Please welcome Master Engineer Ian Edwards, presenting Smart Tech for Safer and Secure Maritime Transport.
Very good afternoon to you all. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and may I also congratulate the TGA on what has been a stunning event so far. Very well done on that. My name's Ian Edwards. I'm the Director of Middle East and Africa for DNV, based here in the Middle East. I'm delighted to be part of this fantastic journey that we're taking in Saudi Arabia towards the Vision 2030. So DNV, as an assurance company and risk management organization, we are very focused on technology. We think it's the key to unlocking the challenges of the future and supporting our clients. So the focus of my talk now, before we enter the panel session, is to briefly look at how the smart technologies are playing a role in helping to make shipping safer and smarter. To do that, we need to start with a bit of a high level on the technology trends that we see in the world. So we're currently in a transformation, as we all know, and it's a transformation that's non-linear and also multidimensional. So what do I mean by that? Well, we see exponential growth that's really outpacing the supply of supercomputing power. For example, the latest algorithms for AI, the supercomputers of today, they cannot cope with the computing power that's needed to crack these. And also we operate at extreme scales. So on one hand, on the planetary scale, we see an explosive growth in the number of satellites in orbit. We see increasing space exploration, landing on the moon, etc. And then on the small scale, we see the advances in nano and material technologies, which really advance the ability to produce and manufacture complex and advanced materials. And we need to balance our view of time. So on one hand, we have this climate change on the horizon, but at the same time, we need to make our businesses more agile, efficient, and cost-effective. So what really are the key questions we should be asking ourselves, yeah? What technologies matter, especially for the maritime industry, and how can we optimally use them to enhance our operations? Because the climate crisis is unfolding in front of us, disrupting business, disrupting lives, and the maritime industry is undergoing a transformation to decarbonize its operations by 2050, according to the latest IMO ambitions. And so when we look at technology trends, we say, well, what are the key trends that are impacting the world and our business? And of course, it's about communication everywhere, not only between people, but between objects. It's sensors everywhere, communication between sensors on machinery and equipment, between ships and shore, connecting and creating ecosystems. And then on the material side, it's about additive manufacturing, new ways of producing complex materials, advanced materials. And then also on the economic side, it's the emergence of platform-based economic models that change our business. But of course, all these things raise risks. I see it like a double-edged sword. On one hand, offering us opportunities to improve our efficiency, reduce our costs, but on the other hand, bringing new risks into play. As we've heard, very much about this morning on the cybersecurity panel, the new risks from all the cyber connectivity. And so with these complex systems, we need to understand the new risks that are emerging, and the risks that are emerging are more than the sum of the parts. So we need a better understanding. So we have decisions to make. What we call it is a trilemma, three-dimensional trilemma that we need to balance. So on one hand, the economic potential of the technology, on the other hand, the environmental sustainability, and then on the other side, the human part, the societal impact. So the key is to balance these two and really implement the technologies that have a long-term benefit for society, for the environment, and for our business. So turning our attention to the maritime industry, we predict a seaborne trade growth of around 26% from the year 2020 to 2030. That's a significant growth. And at the same time, we need to reduce our emissions and decarbonize the business by 2050. So big demands on ourselves and our business. There are 4 topical areas in which we see large impact from the technologies. There's, of course, on the decarbonization and how shipping can meet the IMO targets of 2050. Secondly, on the additive manufacturing, that will have is having a big impact on the business. Thirdly, on the digital shipping, on the connectivity. We've heard a lot about ship-shore connectivity this morning as well. And then safety, safety being paramount and the #1 priority as we move forward. So let's examine each of these areas in turn. So firstly, the decarbonisation. And of course, we know very well about the ambitious target. And the industry is currently in a transformation and struggling to understand what measures are going to help us achieve that ambitious goal. And at DNV, we're convinced that a combination of measures is key to achieving the goal. So it'll be all about vessel utilization, energy efficiency, and using the new fuels. So it's a combination of all those measures. And we've heard from yesterday, for example, on the panel where we had Bari talking about the energy efficiency on the vessels. We heard also from P&O about the utilization, it being very, very low compared to, other land-based industries. So there's a huge opportunity here. And then, of course, the big question that everyone's asking, which fuel will be the fuel of the future? And then owners, that are going and investing in vessels now, what decisions they have to make. It's a very challenging situation to be in, to know which fuels to select, which readiness you need to build into your vessels. DNV issues annually Maritime Forecast 2050. The new one is soon coming out next week, so watch the space. We'll have some new, interesting insights to share with the industry. Then turning the attention to the second point I mentioned, additive manufacturing. Progressively, the spare parts used on board ships are being manufactured by different methods. You all know about 3D printing, but that's just one type of way to produce the spare parts. Now, DNV began looking at this back in 2016. We engaged in various joint industry projects to develop our rules and our systematics for handling these. And now we actually have rules so that we can treat parts produced by additive manufacturing the same as we can with parts produced by casting, the traditional methods like forging, casting, etc. More recently, we've issued a verification statement for a ship's propeller produced by what is called wire arc additive manufacturing. So that's a very interesting new process. So this particular propeller was a 2-meter diameter propeller produced by this method. And there are various advantages to that. Firstly, the production time is much shorter. It's about half the time compared to conventional casting methods. But also the strength of the material is much better than conventional methods because you're able to control the microstructure of the material much better than you can through casting or forging, where you have material properties of the microstructure varying throughout the depth from the surface to the interior. And at the same time, we see new business models emerging where spare parts can be produced and printed on demand. The other side of this, it's another double-edged sword, is of course maybe the need for shipment of spare parts reduces in the future. That can have an impact on the seaborne trade and the growth in that. The third area is digitized shipping, and we've heard a lot about that already in this conference. And what I think the way to look at it is that ships become part of a system rather than an individual disconnected unit. So they become part of a factory, as it were. And I think one of the most interesting and notable developments is the establishment of the onshore operation and remote control centers that owners are currently in the process of setting up. But on the other hand, also the transparency, the need for transparency is increasing as cargo owners demand more and more data on its cargo. What's the cargo condition, the location, what kind of emissions has been emitted in transporting that cargo from A to B. And increasingly, customers are requiring this information. The consumers, the everyday people, that are buying these products are requiring that this information is available. So digitalization has various demands and various opportunities. But with all this change, there comes risk, and we've heard about some of the risks earlier today. But I think what's important to note is that as the systems on board the ships become integrated, the responsibility for the integration, today it's very dispersed, so there's not one company or one organization that's responsible for the integration. And what we see is that the complex systems, they behave in different ways compared to the sum of their parts. So it really requires for a concerted industry effort to look at new ways of assessing. And I think the path forward is certainly in terms of the automation and the way to simulate the systems on board in order to observe the properties of the system. For example, hardware in the loop system is one very interesting technology that's being used already, particularly on the complex vessels, where you have a control system, for example, and you have a simulator simulating the vessel, so you can actually see how the control system reacts to issues on the vessel without having to put that into service and, obviously experiencing a high cost of testing systems on board. So shipping is increasingly dependent on cyber systems, and with that come the various cyber security risks with these connected vessels. And of course, we've heard this morning about cybersecurity. When we look at a vessel, I think we can categorize the systems into two different types. We have the IT, information technology, and we have the OT, the operation technology. Now, both systems are at risk of cyber attacks because the connectivity is increasing to both. Now, IT system, the risk is mainly on the finance, on the reputational, but on the operating technology as well. For example, your control systems, your PLCs, these are increasingly at risk due to the connectivity. And of course, in this area, the cybersecurity maturity is not there yet because we don't have so much experience. But the industry is moving to create rules, to create requirements to better protect the assets. So the IMO has had requirements in place since 2021 for cybersecurity. And the IAX has also introduced unified requirements now, which will apply from January 2024 for new buildings. So we see a good development in order to secure the cybersecurity in the business. Now, the final point I wanted to make is on the human element, on the seafarers. We've heard already today about the future of seafarers being bright. DNV has been working with industry to produce a variety of reports. Recently, we published a report that was a collaboration with the Singapore Maritime Foundation entitled The Future of Seafarers 2030, A Decade of Transformation. It's freely available online. You can search. I can share a link with you later if you're interested. What we've said in DNV for a long time is that we in the business need to bring in more expertise in IT and computer science. And that's certainly the case for seafarers as well, that there's an upskilling required, learning process required. One of our reports studied the actual numbers required to be retrained in things like alternative fuels and digitalization. We estimated around 800,000 seafarers need learning and education and upskilling by the mid-2030s, and that's a considerable number of students that need training. And I think that requires a concerted effort, a joint effort by the whole industry, by the academies, by the regulators, by the owners, and by the class societies to support that. And we need to increasingly look at new ways to deliver the training, not only classroom, but online, using augmented reality, using virtual reality. DNV's had a survey simulator that we've used for training our own surveyors for some years. And this can really make the training more effective and save time. So we need to look at the new technologies and the new ways of training as well. And we think also that, with these new skills, we can make seafaring a more attractive career. We can increase, the number of people interested to come into the business, and we can take steps to increase the retention. So in closing, before we move on to the panel, I'd like to just sum up that transformational technology is here. It's with us today, and we have some decisions to take. into how it's going to be applied. And we have these three aspects to consider: the economic benefit, the environmental benefit, and the societal benefits. And these are important decisions that we must take collectively. And we, at the same time, we need to manage the risk picture in a good way. I do think that class societies have a key role to play building the trust and helping the industry take these decisions. However, collaboration really is the key, and particularly through public-private partnerships and, of course, in events like we have today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Edwards, and thank you, everyone. Now we'll start our next panel in 2 minutes. And thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fourth panel discussion, New Ways for Maritime Security. Our panelists are Rear Admiral Naji Al-Jahani, Commander Yasser Athmali, Chris Trelawney, Kiroja Michini, and our moderator is Engineer Isam Al-Ammari.
Ready? Ready. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon to all. Thank you for coming. Today we have our panel and with our great, experienced colleagues whom I have the honor to learn from them, work with them, be around them for the last 20 years, I would say. Maybe not with you, Chris, but also I've started with the colleagues in the Navy and the Coast Guard on this. But today, we're talking about our panel, which is under the subject New Ways for Maritime Security. And you are all experts in the maritime security. Before I start my panel and the questions, we wanted to do it maybe a little bit different today. So we will be speaking, and then we'll give some time for you, our esteemed attendants, to give us some questions if there is. And I will start with you, Mitch. So you're very well known for me, famous for everyone here, but maybe we'll start with a little presentation about you and your background, please.
Thank you very much, Esam. My name is Kiroja Michini. I work with the International Maritime Organization as the project manager for the Djibouti Code of Conduct and its JEDA amendment. I lead a team that provides a secretariat support to the regional states in the Western Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden in implementing the provisions of the JEDA amendment and the Djibouti Code of Conduct. I have an extensive background that started off my career in the Navy. I've also worked in the corporate sector in security with international NGOs, and I've been working for the IMO for the last 12 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitch. This is a very good brief of you. I'm sure you have more of that, but we'll explore it during our panel today. Mr. Chris, please, if you can give us the same.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Trelawney. I'm the Deputy Secretary General of the International Organization of Airport and Seaport Police. I'm very old, so I've done lots of things in my time. I started off as a customs officer in the UK for 8 years before switching to aviation security for the UK government. They, when they had enough of me, sent me to Montreal in Canada, where I spent 6 years with the International Civil Aviation Organization as the Aviation Security Training Officer. After 9/11, I then decided to come down 30,000 feet and slow down and transferred to the International Maritime Organization for the introduction of the ISPS code, maritime security, piracy, and so on. I managed to survive 18 years at IMO, ending up as the Chief of Maritime Development and Acting Director of Technical Cooperation Division before taking early retirement at the end of 2021. I then stepped in to represent Interport Police at IMO and other meetings, and I'm here. I've also been a reserve naval officer in my time, so I can basically talk to anyone.
Very impressive, Chris. Thank you very much. And it's good you've landed at sea, so we had you at the IMO. Thank you again. Commodore Yasser, please, if you can give us a little brief about your background, please.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I'm Commodore Yasser Tamali from Royal Said Naval Force. I'm now as Organization and Planning Department Manager at West Fleet. About the education, I have 3 master's degrees, which is military science and strategic management, and executive MBA. Also, I have diploma in national resource management. My last position was commander of Saudi warship, and after that, that intelligence department head in Naval Force in Jazan. Last one was the military advisor for General Chief of Staff for Armed Force.
Thank you, Yasser. Admiral Naji, last but not least, please.
Okay, good afternoon of all, just excellencies and distinguished attendants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just to thank the TGA to give us this chance, the opportunity to join with this late panelist here. And I am Admiral Najil Jahani. I'm the director of the Jeddah Academy for Maritime Science and Security Studies. Graduated from the King Fahd Naval Academy in Jubail since 35 years from now. My specialist as executive officer, and also I am as a CEO for the large patrolling ship in the border guard since 10 years, and also I was as a director for the Maritime Search and Rescue Center, and also we work with the Maritime Information Sharing Center also, and we prepare for all subjects related to the search and rescue. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Naji. Thank you for our audience. Now we'll start with our subject, so the new ways for maritime security. And in the region and globally, we were impacted by an issue which was piracy and maritime safety. So maybe, Mr. Mitch, I would ask you this question, if you can tell us about the success in containing the threat of piracy off the coast of Somalia in the last 12, 15 years, and can be attributed to a number of factors, for sure. The actions by the regional states, international organizations, and the international naval forces, and the self-protection measures by merchant shipping. Here, what lessons can we draw from these successful endeavors that can be applied for our future collaborative efforts in the domain?
Thank you very much for that question. And before I answer, let me join Admiral Naji in thanking the TGA for organizing this wonderful conference. And to your question, and maybe as a background, you'll all recall that between 2005 and around 2012, the region in the Western Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden area and the Red Sea faced some very serious challenge because of piracy off the coast of Somalia, which caused major disruption to shipping and also affected adversely economies of the coastal communities. Now, the success in combating piracy can be attributed to many factors. The first, of course, was the multinational collaboration. The world got together international navies. There was a unity of purpose, whereby, because this affected so many people's livelihoods in different countries and affected trade and trade, there was a resolve to work together. Now, from the regional perspective, the piracy was a very new crime to this region, and the region did not have the experience in dealing with that kind of threat, or even the legal frameworks for dealing with it, especially for the prosecution. So they got together and signed an agreement, the Djibouti Code of Conduct, in 2009. And this really led to a lot of actions being taken, and because people are working together, it was actually very possible to address this problem that faced everybody. So within the context of the Djibouti Code of Conduct, there were 3 pillars, one of them being information sharing on piracy so that nations could act, regional training, updating the legislation, and capacity building. Most important was also building trust. Now, then moving forward from around 2010, when there was a peak, those international efforts, including measures taken by ships, protective measures taken by ships, so the involvement of the private sector, that helped to contain the threat of piracy. And by 2012, this threat had been contained. Now, having said that, that was a good story. There were some lessons that were drawn on areas where things could have been done better. I mentioned the unity of purpose, but I think it's not, I can't say 100% that everybody was pulling in the same direction. There was a common purpose, yes, but I think when it comes to the executing the operations, I think there were some things that could have been done differently or could have been done better. For example, the efforts of the international community and of course the regional countries, there were some differences. The focus was, and especially the international naval forces, the focus was purely on protecting ships from pirates. But from a perspective of the regional states, they were more concerned about addressing the root causes. The other issues, of course, was the focus, because the focus was purely dealing with piracy. To some of the countries, some of the regional countries were more concerned about, the other threats, the other maritime security threats. For example, IUU fishing, because that adversely affected the local communities. And furthermore, it was argued quite strongly, especially from Somalia, that those were the causes that actually were bringing about the issue of piracy. Now, in terms of the lessons that have been learned, I think when it came to dealing with piracy and when moved on to especially to the Jeddah Amendment, the main lessons, especially regional states have been working together to fix those problems, and I think that has indeed worked very well. And that is now what came up when the Jeddah Amendment was eventually signed, whereby they were now dealing with the problem holistically, dealing with all the other threats, but more importantly also ensuring that the cooperation was effective, and not only focusing on regional cooperation, but also ensuring that there's cooperation at national level. So there have been interventions at national level to build strong foundations, if I may use that term, because that is the only way that the region could actually be effective. The next thing is, of course, don't leave anyone behind, because no matter how much one country does to fix the problem in their own waters, remember, ships are not static, and they'll be affected by what is happening in the other countries. So we need to work together as a region and involving everybody, involving all the stakeholders and getting all to work together. And I think next one, of course, is the issue of regional, regional solutions for regional problems, working together with regional states to address the problem. I think for me that would be quite good, because building that trust and confidence is indeed very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. That is a very good brief and explanation for it. I will jump on another subject and we'll be back to DCOC later. So for you, Mr. Chris, the ISPS code really was agreed 21 years ago now. In light of this experience, what would you change?
Thank you very much for the question. I think when we're considering the ISPS code, the International Ship and Port Facility Security Code, and where we are now, it's important to look back to where it came from and how it came about. IMO, 1982, UNCLOS, UN Convention on Law of the Sea, sets out offences of piracy, illegal broadcasting, slavery. But then in 1985, we have the Kililaro incident. Ship gets taken, chased around the Mediterranean. Nobody can intervene because it's not piracy. So there's a gap in international legislation because it's a political act. And so that leads in 1988 to the development of the Suppression of Unlawful Acts Against Safety of Maritime Navigation Convention, which goes into force in 1993. So that's 8 years after the event, goes into force in 12 countries. There was also a raft of guidance that came around from IMO at that time. You also have the Facilitation Convention, which deals with border controls, 1965. That puts in a number of maritime security challenges, but also came up with guidance on things like drug smuggling and stowaways. And so when 9/11 happens, the immediate reaction is we've got to do something about this for shipping. So what IMO did was it got all the existing stuff, smashed it together, and developed effectively the ISPS code. So much of what's in the ISPS code wasn't new. It was a rehash of what was already there, and it made commercial common sense. It was systems-based security. The downside of that was that it's very strong on what you need to do in setting the objectives, and it's not prescriptive, but there wasn't an awful lot in there about the higher level national organization. If you look at what the aviators do, if you look at Annex 17 to the Chicago Convention, the standards and recommended practices in there, Chapter 3 is organization. Each country will have a National Civil Aviation Security Committee. Each airport will have an Airport Security Committee. It's very prescriptive at the high level, the national organization. And that is, I think, the one area of ISPS that I would go back and revisit, is that getting the whole of government joined up approach to maritime security is there. The ISPS code itself is actually very cleverly written. It's written as treaty law for interpretation by countries. It's not prescriptive. It tells you what you need to achieve but not how to. And therefore it leaves a lot of flexibility because it's about responding to threats, not specified. So as the new and emerging threats come in, as we see cyber, as we see drones, as we see subsurface attacks, pipelines, etc., that can be fed into it without actually rehashing it. Another area that might be considered by greater minds than mine would be to tie in security more to facilitation. Ships, goods, people crossing international borders are subject to government controls. Immigration, customs, health, etc. Security is another one of those controls. So treating it as a package and having a multi-agency approach in each country, I think would do well. So,
excellent. Thank you, Chris. That will be, I hope we'll have Mr. Kitaklim here to hear that, and we'll follow up with him and IMO regarding this. Now to you, Mr. or Commodore Yasser Al-Thimali. As Mr. Mitch and Mr. Chris said about combating piracy and the security and how complex it is. How would you like to shed some lighting on some of your participation and efforts as Royal Saudi Naval Forces, as RSNF, to enhance maritime security?
Okay, thank you. First of all, the Saudi Naval Force has a commitment to ensure participation and work side by side with all regional and international community, organization, and partner to enhance and implement the maritime security operation. That for stop all criminal and terrorist activities in the region. The contribution of participation in Saudi Naval Force in the CMF, which is Combined Task Force, which held in Kingdom of Bahrain since many years, and it's also a member of Command Task Force 150, 151 against piracy, 152. It's also participation in IMSC, International Maritime Security Construct, and it is now, right now, it's the commanding of the Force 152 and Task Force Sentinel. Also, individual contribution for Saudi Naval Force against piracy in the area is if it's effort to protect and escort and monitoring the area and escort any ship or merchant ship which is in threat area or in danger. For that, Saudi Naval Force has awarded by 8 certificates from IMO for its effort to prevent attempts of piracy. Also, Saudi Naval Force participating in or have a commitment with the Djibouti Code of Conduction, it's a Jeddah Amendment in 2017. For the Saudi Naval ship also, when you say RSNF, I think it's a clear Royal Saudi Naval Force. It has some participation or member of IONS, International IONS, and it's sharing from the workshop, conference, and training between member states, and it's planning to host the next generation or the next edition from IONS. And there is a forum, which is SIM Forum, Saudi International Maritime Forum, which is held or organized every 2 years in Saudi Arabia. Last edition was in last November, from 15 to 17 November, under the title how to combating the prevent attack from unmanned systems. And the goal of the aim of this forum was how to discuss or take any views from the member to make a common regulation to avoid or to combat this type of threat. Also, for the environment contribution, Saudi Naval Force combating marine pollution caused by oil and other harmful in cooperation with the Marble Convention, and also saving and unload Sabre tanker, which is done last year after monitoring and saved the area for almost 9 years. And it's a success to unload it last month with the cooperation with the United Nations. And for the evacuate and carry out also periodic exercise with different authorities and members to avoid any pollution or any environment disaster. Saudi Naval Force sharing also in human aid for some countries in the region. And the last one was in evacuation of thousands of people from different nationality from Sudan. They evacuated from Port Sudan to Jeddah. And Also, participating in search and rescue in the international water in compliance with SOLAS convention. In the summary or conclusion, as we say, it's our commitment to ensure the safety of the navigation and safety of the economy, global economy in the area, to achieve the stability and the vision with the target or the correspond to the target of our vision 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Commodore Yasser. That was a very good journey during what Royal Saudi Naval Force is doing for enhancing maritime security nationally and internationally. To you, Admiral Naji, it will be on the same subject, I hope. It's how would you say the KSA efforts on maritime security and its effects to the maritime transport?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I would like just to add, as my colleague he said about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, enhance of the security-wise, belong the border guard. As you know, when we signed the DCOC Djibouti Code of Conduct, and that time just be care about piracy threat only, and the border guard under the MOI umbrella, he thanks many times how to be upgrade this DCOC Code of Conduct to be collective all the other threats that we coming through the DCOC Jeddah Amendment 2017, and now we expanded the threats from one major threat as the piracy to the 8 particulars threat difference, even like the illegal ship procedures or other threats, crimings, the other also non-legal also, they care about this through the DCOC Jeddah Amendment. The border guard also, during this time, he also arranged many workshops for the stakeholders from the DCOC Jeddah Amendment since 10 years from now, and we held all this workshop in the Jeddah Academy already, and all the stakeholders, they get a benefit for this workshop, even for the operations or for boarding or for working with illegal threats, and all the countries joined with this DCOC Jeddah Amendment, they get this benefit about this one. Also, the border guard, he established the Jeddah Information Sharing Center, and we cooperate with all the neighbor centers for sharing security-wise and domain of awareness related to the piracy or the other threats. And now we work aligned with the other centers there, internal, and also now we have a plan for the regions centers, and maybe will we work for in the future as an international center related to the any piracy or any threat information in this side. Also, I think may add also about the effort of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia belong the border guard, and also the border guard, as you know now, all the conference, I think, on all the discussions we heard before, it's talk about the sensibility for the maritime industries. And we believe, and all will be believe with us, no maybe any inflict with this maritime industry sensibilities will be continue, even there is a available of security. And as you know, because a majority of the shipping trades, now moving by the sea, and I think more than 80% proceed through the Gulf of Arabian Gulf and Red Sea, and that means it should be there is a sharing center for any information, even for the search and rescue. And this is, I think, I want to clarify this specific for the security-wise, and if you ask me last question about the search and rescue, I will be add again.
Thank you, Admiral Naji. Thank you, gentlemen, for giving us about the maritime security and what your organizations are doing from your experiences. We can see it's a very complex subject, and there is a lot of stakeholders, from the military to the private sector to international organizations. Back to you, Chris, on this. How would you see, as an expert of the region and internationally, that how could Saudi Arabia assist in improving maritime security through the region?
Thank you. As you've already heard, Saudi Arabia is a very, very strong supporter of the Djibouti Code, hosted and funded the meeting that set up the Jeddah Amendment, which took it forward to a new dimension. And as General Haji said, provided massive practical support as well. The Border Guard Training Center has trained over 1,800 people from the region in aspects of maritime security, of, for example, the most recent one, information sharing. So there's a lot of really good support there, and a lot of financial support to other meetings as well, including this one, which is pushing the agenda forward. But it's not all about money, although if you've got any more, we'd very much like it. It's the experience, the knowledge that's being generated here that's very, very important. Your best practices, how you're doing stuff, your technical innovation, and some of it's fairly straightforward. I mean, looking around the Border Guard base, some of the design equipment that's been developed by the Border Guard to protect the ports, for example, Jazan to deal with vessel-borne IEDs, it could be applicable elsewhere. Some of the procedures you're doing would also be very useful in other countries. I'm thinking here of the Maritime Rescue Coordination Center as a training base for spreading that knowledge. Yes, it's about maritime security. Yes, it's about maritime safety. It's all similar. It's all interlinked. And the best practices that you develop here for oil spill response, for example, contingency planning, plays across into other areas of maritime security. So what you're doing there, I think, is extremely important, and I'd like to push that. Another initiative that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hosted back in 2019, at the end of 2019, was the sort of Sustainable Maritime Development Conference. A lot of really good ideas, a lot of great initiatives. Unfortunately, early 2020, COVID, and a lot of that's been put on hold. But I would love to see that revisited. Some of the initiatives there on seafarer training, on Saudi shipping providing platforms for African maritime students. I know that Bahri Shipping did take about 20 people from Bandari College on board, but extending that, helping the countries in the region by providing training billets, training opportunities. Some of the work that's being done on women in maritime, and we recognize the progress that's being made in Saudi Arabia towards closer integration of women in all aspects of life. Maybe not fast enough for some people, but it's progress and it's in the right direction. Some of the stuff that's going on now that we've heard about at this conference, MEOM, the Red Sea project, these are massive, innovative projects. Okay, a lot of countries can't afford them, but the lessons that you're learning from that, what's going right, how can you help, where can it be replicated in other countries? So I think there's a really good, strong lesson to tell. So the short answer is, yes, more money, please. The longer answer is, do what you're doing, keep doing what you're doing, but share that information with other countries so they can benefit from this experience. Thank you.
So sharing, this is what we take from it. Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Back to you, Commodore Yasser. So nowadays, and we'll go into our topic, nowadays we can clearly notice that the new technologies and more developed in all aspects of life. Could you tell us some of them that you've been used to enhance maritime security specifically?
Yes. In fact, there is several new technology has emerging to enhance the maritime security, and it's make a good change in this field. First of them may be UAVs, which are now is equipped with camera, sensors, and it can be monitoring very large area, detect all activities, any suspected activities in the area, and give the real-time data for the authorities to take action or the behavior against this activity. Also, we notice lastly the USV, which is like a sail drone. It's a small vessel, can be autonomous or remotely launched, and monitoring of the area and pollution, and detect any suspicious behaviors, and can be used in search and rescue. And these sail drones are maybe stay in the sea for a long time, maybe it reaches 6 months, and already it's used by Nafcent now. It's in Bahrain and Al-Aqaba Gulf. Royal Saudi Naval Force has the process of partnership with the Nafcent to obtain this technology. Some technology was satellites also can be give a good picture, broad area, and give also pollution or any environment threat in the area. Also, we can say artificial intelligence, which can analyze the behaviors, the kinematics, and any movement in the area, and emerge it with the instrument and give the potential of these behaviors better than the manual things. Also, we can say the blockchain can be used in the transparency of the transaction from the between the sea authorities and customs to ensure supply management and reduce the smugglings have been in this field. Also, biometric access to control facilities. It's used like a finger tip or facial recognition in order to access to the sensitive facilities in the military or maritime facilities. A cybersecurity solution as the enemy or the threat improve or develop its cyber attack, we must modify and update the cyber protect for our assets. In order to enhance maritime domain, we shall integrate all these previous technology to make a good cover or detect for our maritime security. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasser. From Yasser to you, Mitch, regarding what just Commodore Yasser brought us, a lot of new words that I didn't know, and even blockchain is there. So how would that really will implement or affect the signatory of the Djibouti Code of Conduct and the Jeddah Amendments position to harness those and to absorb those new technologies, including artificial intelligence, the use of drones, etc., while drawing lessons from the experiences under those agreements and which you have accumulated during the years?
Okay. Thank you for that. I think it is true that if used effectively, technology can bridge the gap in capability and capacity within those countries. Remember that some of them are developing countries, including small island states, with minimal resources. However, there are some important bits that need to be fixed. And this is something that has evolved, and lessons that have been drawn over the years in the implementation of the Djibouti Code of Conduct Gender Amendment. And that is the coordination and cooperation at national level. So the big challenge you have, and I would want to believe that it's not necessarily unique to the region, is the silo mentality, where you find that agencies working independently and not coordinating. And sometimes you have competition between agencies, not sharing the resources. So even when it comes to issues around maritime domain awareness, you find that sometimes the different agencies, the Navy may have their own systems, the Coast Guard may have their own system, the police, the maritime administration, but they are not sharing to have a common picture. So the few resources that are available, you find they are not being effectively utilized. So the DCOC has been working very, very much to try and address this challenge. And that's how IMO came up or developed a program that we call the IMO model, the whole of government approach, which is really supposed to fix that. And in developing the gender amendment, Article 3 in particular was intended to address that coordination, the actions to be taken at national level. So having a national maritime security strategy, having a National Maritime Security Coordination Committee, which brings together all the stakeholders to make sure that they are working together. So essentially, you need to get all these people first together, and they work as a team. And when they develop, then they own the strategy, and when it is developed, they work together in making sure that this is implemented. Having said that, technology is already being used, and there's elements of cooperation that is I can say we can talk of some good results or very encouraging results. For example, last month when we were working with the regional states in developing standard operating procedures, there was a presentation by Skylight. Skylight has been working with the regional states through the Regional Coordination Center, Regional Operation Center in Seychelles, and the Fusion Center in Madagascar, whereby they are able to provide information on suspected illegal activities at sea, and then the region can intercept. And now there's a dialogue which is going on, and this will be discussed further at the next high-level meeting, which will take place in Cape Town from the 24th to 26th of October, into how the region can work more closely with international partners to address these problems. For example, if one of the regional states information is passed from the RCOC that there is some illegal activity happening in a particular area, then it is expected that that coastal state would then dispatch a patrol vessel to intercept. And if they are not able to do that, then through the partnerships, then they can request either one of the international naval vessels operating in the area to provide assistance, or one of the neighboring countries that may have more resources to be able to provide assistance. And if the vessel is intercepted, it can then be handed over to the coastal state for legal finish. I think for me this is a very, very important development, and I think will go a long way, first of all, in ensuring that there is coordination at national level. So we hope that developing or building partnerships with those providers is really, really important. And we hope to see more doing like what Skylight is doing, supporting regional states in making sure that technology is available even to those countries. The next one, of course, is what I talked about earlier regarding collaboration at national level through these committees, and especially the multi-agency National Maritime Information Sharing Centers. So if you've got a system, you've got a center whereby other partners can pass information through, then you've got different eyes from the different agencies receiving that information coordinated. I think that will go a long way, and that's why the DCOC is encouraged that all signatory states establish these multi-agency national maritime information sharing centers that will be able to receive information, and that will also be acted upon. So, and of course, there's the issue of capacity building. So, again, a lot of training requirements are required and support being, and again, we call upon our international partners, of course, Saudi Arabia as well, to provide this assistance, especially the technical assistance on the training, so that the other regional states can also access or be familiar with how to best make use of these evolving new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you very much. To you, Admiral Naji. Regarding what just Mitch said in connection about maritime security and what we do regionally, would you please highlight us about the KSA and the Border Guard efforts on search and rescue, maritime safety, maritime security, and its effect on the maritime sustainability of the region?
Yes, well, just to add also, as my colleague Mitch said, and he talked and he explained more about the security-wise, and also, all we believe that's among or along that water side, a lot of the sensitive assets, it's established already in that area, and the mission of the Border Guard, it's to protect these assets, because there is many threat maybe coming through the sea now. And as you know, the territorial areas is divided because there is internal waters and territorial areas and the special area. And we divide this and we align with the Navy about that one. But as you know, in the high seas, maybe it's be easy to protect or to detect any threat. But if you become close to the shore or close to the territorial areas, I think it be difficult. That means the Border Guard, he enhanced in this potentials wise, he to integrate the systems, and we use smart radar in that area to detect all the amphibians, even unmanned boat or drones, and detect many armed robbery threat using the unmanned boat or using the drone since the last 5 years and before that time. And also in the Navy we have the special forces, maritime special forces. Also we trained, and they have the capabilities to boarding any illegal ships, and they can make investigations, and he performs the law, and also we train the DCOC amendment about these matters. In this topic also, Border Guard, they have the new technology on board the long-range patrolling vessels. We have the new systematic technology, how to detect any threat, and also on the land, the Border Guard, they fix the infrared cams, and it will be detect more than 30 nautical miles. That means any before threat come to the shore, or maybe any doubt or any unbehavior job in that area, we can detect this one. Also, in the Jeddah Information Sharing Center, also we equipped this center with the high technology, and they have all the softwares related to the piracy impact protections. And we also work with the other societies about the IORIS and Cremario projects in this time, and BHB under the test now with other countries in the DCOC Jeddah Amendment, and that's security-wise. In the search and rescue, the particular missions from the border guard missions is the search and rescue and maritime safety. And before that time, since a lot of years, the border guard, they works seriously about this matter, and he already arranged a Saudi national plan with more than 31 entities. It will be collaborate with us in this Saudi plan, and also General Muhammad, he is head of director of this Saudi national plan, and he also head of the steering committee for the DCOC Jeddah Amendment. And we already established this Jeddah Search and Rescue Center, and also we have a challenge, especially in the Red Sea, because in the Arabian Gulf, maybe the neighbors there active with sharing the information related to the search and rescue. But in the Red Sea, as you know, maybe the neighbors for other countries not be that's more active to receive any distress. That means the Jeddah Jeddah Search and Rescue Center now in Jeddah, he's the alone centers, he receive a lot of distress alert in this time. And just we share some information about this distress alert to the Egypt Joint RCC or to Maritime Authority in Jordan. And Alhamdulillah, the Jeddah MRCC now, since 25 years, we established this center, and he deals many different scenarios for exercise. And just to add one a benefit job, it's dealt by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's not for any entities. That's during the pandemic COVID-19, you know, and that's as a serious time, all the ports is not allowed to receive any ship in this time. But because the Saudi National Plan and the other entities, they have the experience about this one. I think the Jeddah Jeddah Search and Rescue Centers, after we get the authority from the director of the border guard, and we host the Saudi National Plan to receive all the patients in this pandemic. And this is just we announce about this effort for the Saudi Arabia, because I think it's be the first country they receive the pandemic patients in this time and receive it at the port, and they deliver through the Red Cross and the Ministry of Health to the hospitals regarding with the Organization of Health under all the protocol, and we care about this one because really it was very difficult for a lot of ships. They move at the sea, and there is no any port they have authority to receive this ship.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Admiral Naji, for those fruitful insights. I had prepared a lot of questions for our panelists today, but I think it's time also to give some questions from the audience, if there is any, to our esteemed panelists, please. No questions? Please. Mudar Ibrahim.
Assalamu alaikum. Commodore Ibrahim Iqbal from Royal Saudi Naval Forces. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the panelist and for the moderator for deep thought. My question for Mr. Micho. I pronounced the name correctly or not?
It's
yeah, sorry. Yeah, for the Djibouti Code of Conduct, as we know, it's since the Jeddah 2017, it's covered all the aspects or all the form of threat. But we know the threat at the sea, it's caused by non-state actor, and it's a regular form of warfare, and this it's a rapid change. So the future of Djibouti Code of Conduct will cover all these new, new form of threat, and the modernization of the technology, AI, all these play the roles in the future of threat.
Please, Mitch.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. I think if you look at the text of the Jeddah Amendment and what the regional countries have signed up to, they've signed up to cooperate to the fullest possible extent, and I mean to the fullest possible extent, in suppressing of a lot of illegal activities. And cooperating in dealing with all the challenges that nations face out at sea. So what has been happening, the capacity building program that has been mainly ongoing, a lot of focus, of course, has been in dealing with, especially, of course, initially was dealing with the threat of piracy. And because of the very close association with the IMO, mainly the challenges that the areas that fall under the purview of the Maritime Organization. But if you look at the areas that countries have signed up to sign, you find that there's a lot of other areas. For example, IUU fishing, maritime terrorism, human trafficking, human smuggling, the list, dealing with illegal wildlife trade. All those things are included in under the Jeddah Amendment. So the region is already working to address that. And as I said, next month is the next high-level meeting. Proposals have already been made, and South Africa actually presented a non-paper which they've made some recommendations on how to restructure the working group, the coordination aspect, working group 1, so that there is coordination of all these other areas. For example, you find there are different programs that, for example, deal with, say, human trafficking, human smuggling, or others that supporting regional states in dealing with IUU fishing, and also other programs, for example, working on counter-terrorism issues. But there is no proper coordination of some of those programs to make sure that, because we said we've been talking about whole of government, but now the move is also the whole of region approach. So the idea now is that under the working group on capacity building coordination is then to create some sub-working groups. Because what you find, what has happened typically, The national maritime, the national focal points are mainly drawn from transportation and say from the ministries of transport, or maybe sometimes you may have Navy or Coast Guard. But now these subgroups will have focal points that will be drawn from experts in those thematic areas. So for example, whether it's from fisheries, whether it's from immigration, and they'll be meeting on their own to discuss the common challenges and how they address those challenges. So then we'll be able to come up together and be able to deal with all those things. The next thing that is happening, again, which will be discussed in Cape Town, is coming up with regional, a DCOC regional maritime security strategy. So where do we want to get from here? And of course, within that process, we'll be trying to develop a regional maritime security risk register so that we understand from a regional perspective, what are your main concerns? And then, of course, we make sure that those are captured in the regional maritime security strategy. Maybe, Chris, you may want to add on to that if you think is that.
Yeah, very briefly. The Djibouti Code of Jeddah Amendment are a way of doing things. It's about getting governments to take action to improve the situation. The specific threats are covered in a number of different pieces of legislation, be that the UN Convention on Transnational Organized Crime or the 14 counter-terrorism conventions that the UN has, or FAO's fisheries stuff. It's more focused on how you actually address the mechanisms you put in place to address it. As Mitch mentioned earlier, it's about national level building a firm foundation and sharing that information. Going forward, it is developing the regional maritime security strategy. It's about channeling how governments actually work rather than specifically how they're reacting to any particular threat.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah. Thank you all for your inputs and your valued questions. For the restriction of time, we'll need to stop this panel. Next time we'll request for 2 hours. Thank you for our esteemed panelists. Maybe a round of applause from the attendance. Thank you very much. With that, we'll have to close the session, and thank you very much for you all for your attendance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all. شكرا لكم جميعا. We'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for our tomorrow's sessions. Thank you very much.